What you're about to see is a matter of human record. Explain it, we cannot. Disprove it, we cannot. We simply invite you to explore with us the amazing world of the unknown, to take that one step beyond. This is the scene of the crime. In this house, somewhere in France, a perfectly normal, attractive American girl lived a lifetime in 48 hours. If old houses could only talk, what stories they could tell. Well, this ancient dwelling has a voice that Rita Wallace will soon hear quite distinctly.
This is not very modern. It's quite old, but very comfortable. And that, mademoiselle, is the dining room. The living room, the library, anything that you want.
What's this?
Oh, that's a storeroom now. Many years ago, that used to be the cool room. We used to keep the butter, eggs, milk, all sorts of things like that in there.
I could use it for a dark room. It's right near the sink.
The plumbing is quite old. It still goes. And that is Madame Recamier.
It's lovely. Oh.
Oh, mademoiselle.
Oh. I must have caught a flu bug or something.
I'm awfully sorry to say, but I think you have fever.
I'll be all right.
I've got a very good physician. I better call him for you.
Oh, I'll be fine. Oh. Oh.
This is not very impressive, but it's the only house that I have.
Oh, it's
Oh,
charming.
of course, I've got a chateau. It's quite grand, but expensive.
No, this is fine. I'll take it. It'll do rotten to look any farther anyhow.
Oh, I think you better see the doctor. My doctor is not very expensive.
No, really, I'll be all right. I'll get some headache pills when I go out. Who's this?
Oh, that is Tante Clara.
Huh.
Mademoiselle, did I understand you to say that you are with an American magazine?
Yes, I'm a staff photographer.
Oh, then you are here on your vacation, no?
No, it's an assignment I've wanted to do for a long time, to be called The Face of France. The collective face, you see, caught in various individuals who altogether will express the nature and spirit of the country, if I'm lucky.
Oh, it must be very, very interesting.
You know what?
What?
You could help make it interesting.
How?
Well, the pictures can be only as good as the models. If you know anyone whose face is interesting, expressing character, good or bad, I'd be very grateful if you could send him over. I'll pay, naturally.
I think I'm going to look for somebody like that.
Oh, good. Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, it is a very good bed, and I think you're going to sleep very good. If you need anything, call me. I'll be downstairs.
Thank you, madame. What do you want? I asked what you wanted.
I was sent for, mademoiselle.
By whom? Oh, of course, Madame Morel. Forgive me for being so rude. I'm not feeling any too well today. I must thank Madame Morel. She's a very good judge. Won't you sit down? You have quite a wonderful face, you know. Have you ever had your picture taken before?
Some time ago.
Oh, this is going to be just swell. Oh, where is my head? I left my camera and all my equipment in the car. Would you be so kind as to help me? S'il vous plaît. I hate to miss any of this light. It's all in the car, a whole lot of stuff. Oh, such eyes. This is going to be marvelous. That's nice. Oh, good. Lovely. Ah, lovely. Now, you just do whatever you feel like doing. Make yourself comfortable. If you feel like moving around, that's fine. You don't have to hold still.
What are you doing?
I'm taking your picture. You're not familiar with this camera?
No. No, I'm not.
They've had good ones for, 25 years, I suppose. Though the film and developers have improved a great deal recently. A good one. They're very good for fast work and changing light. Oh, Monsieur Good. Turn, that good? Wonderful. Now then, look a little to your right. As close to the sun as you can without it hurting your eyes.
It doesn't hurt.
Oh, that's wonderful. Just one more. Oh, that's wonderful. Now, if you have time, I'd like to get some light set up. Oh. I don't know if I'll be able to do it after all. I'm awfully sorry. I feel just awful. Everything goes in and out of focus. Almost like a bad camera. I mean, it isn't the camera, it's me.
Oh, what a shame.
Could you come back tomorrow night?
Yes, I think I can do it again since I have this time.
Oh, good. I'd like to get some very careful shots. I'm really not up to it tonight. Monsieur? Strange, he didn't even say goodbye.
Ah, bonjour.
Oh, hello.
I was quite concerned about you. How do you feel?
Oh, a little better.
Oh, you still look a little kicked. You still should see my doctor.
Haven't the time.
Well, you could come over to your place.
Thank you, Mrs. Morel, but I'm really much better. Good, good. Thank you, merci. Anyway, you've done enough for me already by sending me that delightful old gentleman last night. The one with the, you know, the black hair, he had a sweet face.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I send no one, although I intend to.
Well, that's odd. I was sure you had. just sort of appeared. He must have thought I was crazy. Well, who was he then?
Maybe someone that worked for a previous tenant, and he came to see if you needed anyone while he saw you moving in.
Yes, that makes sense. Anyway, he's coming back tonight. He's a wonderful model. Merci, merci. Thank you. Would you mind knocking when you come in? Perhaps it isn't the custom in your country, but it makes me terribly nervous.
Forgive me, mademoiselle. I'm sorry.
No, you forgive me. I just don't feel very well, and I'm just not myself today.
Has mademoiselle's ailment improved?
A little, but I'm afraid my disposition hasn't. It was awfully nice of you to come back this evening. Would you like a cup of tea?
No, thank you.
Well, then shall we get started? Good. Would you sit here? By the way, how did you happen to come here last evening? I thought Madame Morel had sent you, but she said no.
Oh, I just came. I've been here before.
Oh, that's what she thought. Oh, by the way, I pay for the posing.
No pay is necessary.
Oh, but of course I wouldn't expect you to do it for nothing. Do the lights bother your eyes?
No, I don't mind.
Good. Now then, I'm using a slower shutter than yesterday, so I'll have to ask you to hold still when I make each shot. Now, could you lean back just a little? There, that's good. Good. Would you look a little to your right? Good. And just a little down. That's a good one. Good. Now, straighten up just a bit. Good. Good. Let's turn your whole body. That's good. Oh, that's wonderful. You're not a professional by any chance? A professional model?
No.
All right. Now then, if you're quite comfortable, I'd like for you to think back. Remember something a little sad. Something that happened that made you unhappy, perhaps. Something you did, perhaps, that you regret. Just continue to sit that way. That's good. Fine. Just keep on that way, thinking about it, so we can get what we call a mood picture. Oh, good one. Monsieur, soften your face. Just, that's a little too much, Monsieur. Monsieur, just relax now. That's fine. Just relax, Monsieur. That's good. You can move now. I expect that's all we'll have to take today.
Who
Where have you been, Cécile?
Cecile? What do you mean?
You know what I mean, you filthy, cheap, rotten shame!
I think you'd better go now.
So you can meet him. Who is he now, Cécile? Who? The same one or new one, Cécile?
You're out
Tell
of
me,
your mind.
Cécile.
Please, you're frightening me. Go away.
I told you
Go
what
away.
would happen,
Please,
Cécile.
go away.
I warn you, Cécile. I warn you. I warn you, Cécile. Why? Cécile.
Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle, ouvrez donc la porte! J'ai quelqu'un ici qui vous attend là dehors. What is it? What's the matter?
Where is he?
Who?
Where is he?
Who do you mean?
He's hiding.
Hiding?
He's hiding. Where is he?
There is nobody in the
Did you
house.
see him? Huh?
I'm worried about you. That's
See,
why.
he was here.
No,
He
wait
tried
a
to
minute,
kill me.
Wait a minute.
He tried to kill me.
Now, look at-
He tried to kill me.
I went out and I got the
He
song
tried to
down.
kill me.
Oh, la 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 la.
Mademoiselle Wallace, the gendarme searched the entire house with you. True? And he found no one. He also searched the entire neighborhood. Is that not so? You have found no one who resembles him?
No one?
It is a very odd story. I cannot imagine who it might have been.
You don't believe me?
It is odd. Very odd. Don't you agree? Mademoiselle, here's some hot coffee for you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, how thoughtful you are.
Tell me, mademoiselle, what was the address of that house again?
344 Avenue Bonaparte.
We have covered everyone who have a record of in this district, mademoiselle. Of course, he could be from somewhere else. Eh, Mazak? It could be almost anybody. Detective Mazak knows everyone around here. He has a photographic memory. Now, if you could be a little more explicit.
How stupid I am. I have dozens of photographs of him.
You still have them?
Of course. I could develop them in a few minutes if somebody could go back with me. I can't go back there alone.
I would be very happy to take mademoiselle home. No, Mazak, you're going off duty. Brunel will... No. It's on my way. Mademoiselle, if you please.
S'il vous plaît, merci. It's over there.
I know. Do you mind if I smoke my pipe?
Oh, not at all. It was nice of you to come with me. If you're off duty, though, you should have gone home.
Well, that's all right. I wanted to see the pictures. Tell me, how did the man first get in touch with you?
Well, he didn't get in touch with me. He just was there. He didn't knock.
Did it not seem peculiar? Did it not disturb you?
Well, yes, but you see, he had such a wonderful face. They're ready now. Now, perhaps the inspector won't think I'm just an hysterical woman.
Oh, he does not.
Oh, yes, he does. It can't be. It can't be. How could it be? He was here. He was right here.
Mademoiselle.
He tried to kill me.
Mademoiselle.
I'm not imagining it. He tried to kill me. You have to believe me. You have to.
Mademoiselle,
Do you
please.
think I'm crazy?
Please, do not excite yourself. I do believe you.
You believe he was here?
I believe you are telling me the truth. Mademoiselle, I want you to come with me on a short trip.
Where? For what?
I want to show you something. Oh, I promise no harm will come to you.
For what? Where? What's it about?
I must ask you to come with me without telling you what I expect, because I don't expect it. But we must find out. Mademoiselle, please. Please, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle. Jean Gabot died 1926. Executed for killing his young wife. The very same house, the very same room.
What was her name?
Cecile.
So you see, dead men do tell tales. Sometimes, the restless ones even revisit the scene of the crime, causing much havoc among the living thereby. What do you suppose that Rita Wallace will tell her grandchildren one day about Monsieur Jean Gabot? Will she try to explain it at all? Well, that I would like to hear, because I can't explain it. But it happened just the same. So did next week's adventure into the world of the unknown. More about that in a moment. Oh, about next week. Well, it begins with a silly argument about this hat. And it ends when two people in peril, miles apart, discover an amazing kind of communication, an incredible way of finding each other, as together they take that one step beyond. The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not, but the real people who lived this story, They believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. Here in this warm, secure London house, early April 1912, began the bizarre and untold chapter of a news story that would soon stun the civilized world. In this library was an unread book. Coming events cast their shadows before them. Maybe. Remember this book. We'll come back to it later. It might shock you.
Mother. 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 Mother! Mother!
What is it? What's wrong, dear?
It was water. Dark water. I was drowning. I couldn't swim anymore. I was drowning.
Oh, you've just had one of those old-fashioned nightmares.
Oh, no.
I don't blame you. All this excitement about the wedding. No wonder.
Eric was there. And I couldn't find him in the dark. And the water closed in over me. What does it mean?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And in 4 days you'll be married and in Switzerland on your honeymoon. The happiest bride that ever was. And you can't drown in Switzerland. Nobody ever does. All they do is bang into trees on those foolish skis. But drowning? No.
It was all so clear to me. And I could feel the water. It was like ice.
Now, if you must dream, I order you to dream only pleasant things. Eric, your wedding dress, and how happy you're going to be. Promise? That's better. Now, come on back to bed.
But I couldn't find him. I couldn't find
Now,
him.
that is enough, darling. And I shouldn't worry Eric with this. He's been trying so hard to make everything wonderful for you. There. Now. Good night, dear. And no more nightmares. Good night.
Good morning, Emily. Is the future Mrs. Farley about? Grace?
Eric.
Well.
I know it's early, but I wanted to see what my wife would look like in the mornings.
Ugly.
Would you like some coffee, darling?
I'd love some. You like surprises, don't you, darling?
I love them. Come on, surprise me.
It's about our honeymoon.
The honeymoon?
We're not going to Switzerland.
We're not. Well, where are we going?
We're going to America. To New York City.
New York. Eric.
Now, why don't you ask me how we're going to get there? Swim? Rowboat? Raft?
All right, darling, how?
That's how. Stateroom 111B, boat deck, right next door to Mr. and Mrs. John Jacob Astor, no less. On the maiden voyage of His Royal Majesty's ship, Titanic, Southampton to New York, 6 days at sea, next Tuesday.
At sea?
Oh, just a little sugar, darling.
I can't. I can't believe it.
I can hardly believe it myself, but the office has connections.
Oh, you lucky children.
You sure you won't miss Switzerland?
Oh, Switzerland will keep. But the Titanic, our honeymoon, that's once in a lifetime.
The paper's full of nothing but the Titanic. Listen to this, Grace. RMS Titanic, the world's largest and most luxurious liner, is writing a new and glamorous chapter in man's conquest of the sea. By virtue of her 5 watertight compartments, she's being hailed in marine engineering circles as the unsinkable ship. Her first passenger list makes her a floating home for royalty, statesmen, international society, and stars of the theatre and the arts. And
Mr. and Mrs. Eric Farley, who are absolutely unknown.
And absolutely in love.
Grace. Grace! Grace, what is it, darling? What is it?
We can't go on that ship. It happened again. I dreamed.
Now, darling, I do wish you wouldn't.
I saw the sea, the cold sea. Oh. There were people struggling in the water.
Really?
Sinking, dying.
Grace.
And then a huge ship slid down. Down.
Now, it's just a bad dream. Besides, that ship couldn't be the Titanic. The Titanic can't sink. Everyone knows that.
I saw a lifeboat tossing in the water. There were letters on the side of it. I saw. Really? So clearly I saw the word Titanic on the side of the boat. I did.
Just what I've always wanted. Only my own dear Aunt Agatha would have guessed. Have you ever kept birds, my darling? No, neither have I. You ever thought of keeping birds? Neither have I. And by all means, write dear Aunt Agatha and tell her she's made us very, very happy.
I will.
I know all about last night. And the night before that.
Mother told you. I suppose you think I've gone off my head, one of those silly, hysterical women.
I think you're a lot overtired and a little over-imaginative.
But this isn't my imagination. Believe me, I saw it.
Now, that is silly. You don't believe what you see in your sleep? I mean, unless you're a gypsy. Grace, do you trust me?
You know I do.
Then don't spoil the happiest time of our whole lives just because of a bad dream. Everything's going to be all right, I promise. I'll take care of you always.
Oh, hold me tight, darling.
You know, if I didn't know you so well, I'd think that you'd fallen in love with another man, that you didn't want to marry me.
I couldn't love anybody but you.
Very well, I believe you. Only remember, if there ever is another man, I was one of the best shots in the Coldstream Guards. Are you asleep?
I think I will keep a bird after all.
I beg your pardon.
That would please your Aunt Agatha, wouldn't it?
Terribly. Did you have any particular species in mind?
Oh, a lovebird, of course.
Oh, naturally, lovebird.
Thank you, darling.
What for?
The 6 most perfect days of my life.
How lovely you are. And very young. Could be even better days.
You've forgiven me, haven't you, for those silly scenes I made?
I've forgotten the whole thing.
I'm glad. But awful, ridiculous dreams.
It wasn't a dream at all. I was wide awake when I felt there was something wrong with the ship. Quite wrong. I know you'll laugh. And I don't blame you. I was in my cabin this afternoon. I imagine it was around 4 o'clock when I heard this terrible sound.
What kind of sound?
It was a terrible grinding sound, as though the ship had suddenly struck some immovable object. The whole boat seemed to tremble with the impact. Tell me, by any chance, did you hear anything or feel anything?
No, no. I heard nothing like that, I'm happy to say. You know, it's probably your imagination, or more likely, indigestion. Now, why don't you see the ship's doctor? He's a good man, I'm told.
Oh, I'm all right physically. It's just that for the first time in my life, I'm afraid. I'm afraid even for the next few hours. I don't know what I'm afraid of. It's as though something in my soul. You know, if I weren't such a hard-headed realist and I were at home, I think I'd call on my minister.
4, 6. 4, 6.
Excuse me, Dr. Morgan, but it's nearly time for the service.
Miss Parsons, I'd like the congregation to sing hymn number 446 tonight.
But, Dr. Morgan, the hymns for tonight are already posted in the church, and the organist...
Please, 446.
I didn't know that was one of your favorite hymns.
It isn't. I don't even know the words. I simply know that we must sing it tonight.
Hear, Father, while we pray to thee for those in peril on the sea. Better we should be praying for our farmers after a winter like this.
What is it, darling?
Nothing.
You're cold. Come to bed.
Harry Teller, you're the only man in New York City that's still up. You've been here for 4 hours.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
Harry, what's this? I thought you were supposed to be drawing pretty girls in the new spring styles. You'll never make the deadline now.
I don't know how it happened. I don't know, helpless. Something seemed to be guiding my hand. I can't explain it.
You're tired. You've been working too hard. Now, come on.
No. No, it's not that.
Harry, let's go to bed. You know, this drawing, it's awful. I don't know who would want it. But you know something? This is the best work you've ever done. I've never seen you do anything like this before. All of this detail in here and... Harry, what is it? Your hands are like ice.
The water in the drawing was cold. Icy cold.
What the devil are you doing? Grace. 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 Grace.
What happened? What's the matter?
Everything's all right now. You come back to bed.
I don't understand. I was sleeping and someone was screaming, hurry, that we need warm clothes. And I must... What's wrong with me? I must be losing my mind. Oh, I'm losing my mind.
Darling, you're driving me out of mind, you know. Look, I'm not John Jacob Astor or a member of the nobility. I've saved for 2 years for this trip, wanting it to be a perfect honeymoon. And to have it spoilt by such childish nonsense.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. I'm sorry.
All right, darling, you're forgiven. I just don't make a habit of pitching my best clothes on the floor.
Iceberg, get ahead! Iceberg, get ahead! Iceberg, get ahead!
Engine seems to have stopped. You all right? Oh, Stuart.
Sir?
The engine seemed to have stopped. What was it?
There was some report of an iceberg, sir. The captain stopped the vessel, sir, just to be on the safe side, you know.
What an incredible ship. What service? They run out of ice at the bar, so what happens? We hit an iceberg. Good fresh ice. That's what I like. It's all over the deck. Have a drink, chum.
No, thank you.
Never seen an iceberg, darling. Shall we go and have a look?
That's a good idea. We'll wrap up good and warm.
Captain's orders, go to your lifeboat station. Please dress warmly. Now, there's no need to panic. Just take it nice and easy.
It's just a precaution, darling. Remember what the captain said tonight? The ship that nothing in the world could sink? What are you doing? Trying to impress an iceberg with your jewels?
Just in case we might not be coming back.
Oh, come on.
Easy does it now. Women and children only. Men will follow later. There we go. Yeah, jump up. Right. There's the little one. There's the young fellow. Take care of him, will you? Yes, sir.
No!
Thank you, madam.
No! No! I won't go without you!
Hush,
No!
my darling, hush.
No!
Now stop it. Listen to me. Have you forgotten your wedding vows so soon? Love, honor, obey. Now you go with the other women in boat 4.
Sorry. I love our marriage. All 6 days, 5 hours and 20 minutes of it. I even loved our first fight.
If you ever have another bad dream, I'll listen to you. Every word.
Come, madam.
It's all right. It's all right. Good night, my love.
All away.
Eric Farley never came back to this house. Over 1,500 people perished that dreadful night aboard the Titanic. Eric Farley was among them. You've seen some of the unexplained supernatural events surrounding the life and death of a great ship. Now, do you remember this book? It's a novel published in 1898, 14 years before the ill-fated vessel was even dreamed of. The title, Futility. Its author, Morgan Robertson. It's a story about the largest liner ever built, carrying on its maiden voyage the rich and great of the world. Then, on an April night, it struck an iceberg. The vessel in this book was 70,000 tons. The Titanic, 66,000 tons. The length of the ship in these pages, 800 feet. The Titanic, 882 feet. Both made 25 knots. Both carried about 3,000 passengers. Both liners had lifeboats for only a fraction of that number. And both were considered unsinkable. Oh, one more thing. The author called his ship the Titan. In a moment, something else to think about. This is the ticket that carried a passenger, Arthur Douglas by name, from New York to Chicago on a fantastic excursion into terror. Now, if you were one of the passengers on the train that night, we'll thank you to keep your secret until next week, when a perfectly normal man takes that one step beyond. Let me ask you a question. Has anything ever happened to you that you couldn't explain? That made you feel sort of foolish when you tried to tell somebody about it? Well, if it has, you have plenty of company, as you'll soon see. Jennifer, Rose, and Mary. This could be a story about 3 dolls. It could be.
Song, did you remember about the milk?
That's Miss Boswell, Aunt Minna. Young, attractive, a trifle earthbound.
Yes, miss. Plenty milk for a young person in refrigerator.
And that's Song, not quite so earthbound. But then Song was born in Peking, in China, where people have been around long enough not to disbelieve merely because they don't understand. But this didn't happen in China. It happened here in Sausalito, across the Golden Gate from San Francisco.
Well, it's a miracle we've gotten the place ready at all.
Very healthy for house to be lived in again, especially with young person.
Oh, Song, about the young person, about Anne. You understand she's had a terrible shock.
Her mother.
Yes. We'll have to help her try to forget it. We want to avoid reminding her of it unnecessarily.
Then why picture?
I don't know. My brother especially asked that it be here. Oh, I don't mean that she should forget her mother or anything like that, but...
Attitude, very sympathetic, but intelligent.
Exactly. Oh, they're here. Come on. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Song, will you help with the things?
It's good to see you, Minna.
Well, where is she?
Anne? Anne, are you going to sit in there all day?
It's incredible. Her eyes and her mouth is exactly
Anne?
like her...
You remember your Aunt Minna? Aren't you going to say something?
Well, of course she doesn't. She was just a baby.
Cat got your tongue?
She's just tired from the flight. Oh, Song. This is Song. He was with the other people who had the house.
How do you do, Song?
Well, Paul, come and take a look at your new home. Oh, Paul, one of the legs came off that blue wing chair, but apart from that, everything seems to have arrived all right. Well, how do you like it?
Did you get the picture?
Mm-hmm. I put it in the living room. Paul? You know, there was just enough furniture for down here. But it looks quite good, don't you think?
It'll be fine, Minna.
You know, we haven't even had a chance to clean upstairs. Paul, I suppose you thought I was crazy when I wrote suggesting a place this size. But really, at the price, it is...
It was a great buy.
It was. It was an incredible buy. And you know, you'd think that there was something wrong, but it's perfect, really. And there'll be plenty of room for all 3 of us down here. Do you like it?
What does Miss think of new house?
Who's up there?
No one. Empty looms.
No, they're not empty.
Anne, dear, come on, honey. There's so much else to see, and I've got a surprise for you.
They're not.
Anne, did you hear your aunt? Why can't you ever do anything at once when you're first told?
Paul.
Oh, I know. I'm tired.
Well, come on and let me show you what I have for you. Do you like them?
Are they for me?
Of course they are. I hope you don't think you're too old to play with dolls. All little girls should have dolls. It's very good for developing the maternal instinct. Come on, Anne. Help yourself to some lemonade. Song made it with fresh lemons from the garden. Your daddy and I are going to have a little pick-me-up, too. And then I'll show you the rest of the house. Paul, I fixed up your study just like you had it in Denver. You can fiddle around with it. Oh, bourbon and water?
Yes. Anne! And you did that deliberately.
I did, Jim.
You did it deliberately.
Stop it. You'll hurt her.
She did, I know her.
Why should she?
Because she hates her. She hates her.
How could you say such a thing in front of that child? Come on.
Oh, my God. Why did it have to be you?
And we've got to be patient with your daddy, the both of us. You're the one to help him through this. Because he loves you.
He doesn't love me. He only loved Mommy. He wishes I was killed in the accident and not Mommy.
Don't you ever let me hear you say a thing like that again. It's just that he's hurt now. And when people are hurt, it's much harder for them to show their love. It'll take some time for him to get around to loving you again.
No, he won't. He didn't before and he won't ever.
Anne, darling, you're just upset.
I guess it's like you and Uncle Jeffrey. Sometimes I wish Daddy and I could get divorced.
Hey.
Miss like new house. Real cool, eh?
Can I go up there?
Honey, that's a dead part of the house. We're not using that now.
But I want to see something.
Then we go on tour of inspection. House quite old by some standards. Built in 1890s, but has survived many decorators since. Last tenant used as one of many guest rooms.
What happened to them, son?
They decided the house was uncomfortable.
That's ridiculous.
Not intelligent people. This used as master bedroom.
Yes?
And?
Someone called me. They called my name.
I never knew this was here.
Old nursery.
It's filthy. Couldn't have been used by the last people.
No, not used by people.
Aunt Minna, can I have this for my room?
Oh, now, Anne.
Please.
You can't sleep up here all away from everyone else.
Yes, I could. I want to.
Besides, it would cost a fortune to heat. And you'll see. When we get your room all fixed up downstairs.
It's happier here.
More coffee, Miss Boswell?
Yes, please, son.
Aunt Minna, why did Daddy start to work right away?
Oh, he needs to be kept busy now.
Then tomorrow, will you wake me up real early before he goes?
Yes, of course, darling.
I'm supposed to kiss him goodbye.
Everybody sleep well last night?
After all the excitement yesterday, beautifully.
Perhaps somebody too excited to sleep. Last night, coming home from movie, I see light burning upstairs in old nursery.
Oh, you must have imagined it, Song. We were all in bed by 9.
Or perhaps a song imagined. Miss not like flowers?
Sometimes.
But they don't talk to you, eh? Maybe because Miss not listen. Voices of flowers not so easy to hear as other voices.
Will you help me get the music box?
Music box?
Come on, I'll show you. In the topmost shelf.
Nothing up there, miss. Only suitcases and boxes.
Yes, in back, way in back.
Who put it there? Your things should be in your room.
Oh, it isn't mine. It's theirs, but they said I could have it.
They?
Jennifer, Rose, and Mary.
Nothing here.
Yes, way in the back.
"30 years lost. 30 years since I've seen this music box.
Thank you. Aunt Minna says it's the dead part of the house.
Anything loved is not dead.
It's nice having friends here.
All right, we'll try it once again, though. I don't care what you say, Minnie. You're gonna spoil that child.
Oh, honestly, Paul, you spend one Saturday giving her a playroom, you'd think she'd ask for the moon.
She'll be sick of it in a week.
Could be. But in the meantime, you could at least act like you're interested in where she's going.
Now there's nothing.
That's probably why she's been sneaking up here all the time, rebelling because she knows you don't want her to have a playroom.
That's nice, too.
It's your own fault. The child's got to assert herself somehow.
That's the screwiest darn thing I ever saw.
Can't you find the blockage?
There isn't any blockage. I put a whole new pipe through. The gas comes on in every room except this one.
You sure the gas is turned on down at the main?
I tried everything. Don't ask me why, but the gas just doesn't come on in here. You better get an electric heater or something. I've done all I can do.
All right, thanks anyway. Just leave the bill downstairs.
Isn't that odd?
I gotta waste $50 on an electric heater just so she can get sick of it. Boy.
Will you stop it?
Stop what?
Honestly, Paul, you become a very selfish man. What do you want her to do? Hate you so you can pity yourself even more?
Oh, don't start that.
I want to tell you something. I don't pity you. I'm envious. At least you know what it's like to be loved.
Oh, Minna. I don't know how to approach her. She embarrasses me.
Oh, it looks beautiful. Thank you, Aunt Minna.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank your daddy. He did it all. You know, we can't get that heater to work.
I knew it wouldn't.
How?
They told me. Who? Jennifer, Rose, and Mary.
Who are they?
This is Jennifer, and that's Rose, and that's Mary.
You mean they talk to you?
I'm gonna go fix some lunch.
Paul? Paul? I thought I heard the car.
You did.
Anne's waiting for you. Paul, please.
It's no good, Minna. I can't stand it here either.
You'll never be able to stand it anywhere until you learn to accept Janie's death, learn to live with it. Go home, Paul. Go back to Denver where you belong. It'll be so much easier for you there. Your friends are there. They'll be able to help you. Where Anne can feel a little security.
I hate Denver. I hate everything that reminds me of her.
What about your daughter? What about Anne? I suppose it'd be easier if you could run away from her, too.
Maybe.
Well, then why don't you go on?
Oh, come on, Minna. This is none of your business.
You're gonna listen to me. That child sits upstairs in that room all day long with no one to talk to but a servant. And an aunt she doesn't even know. Even those dolls have become more real to her than her own father. Well, I wish she were mine. I only wish she were mine. She told me to call her just as soon as I heard the car, so she could be downstairs to kiss you home.
Anne?
Oh, Daddy.
What are you doing?
It's a dance I learned called the Charleston.
Oh, well, go on.
Oh.
I didn't know you could Charleston. Well, you'll be a smash with that when school starts.
I just learned today.
Oh, your Aunt Minna?
No, Jennifer, Rose, and Mary taught me. They say it's all the rage, and when I get to go to dances...
Honey, there's no need for you to make up stories. I think it's swell if your Aunt Minna teaches you.
I'm not telling stories.
Okay, have it your own way.
It's true, Daddy. Jennifer, Rose, and Mary teach me everything.
Come on.
I won't go. I won't go to Denver. I won't ever leave them. Ever.
Anne! All right. What chapter is this in How to Raise a Child? I tell her we're going home, and look what happens.
Oh, now, Paul, listen.
No, I'm trying to act like a father at least. And look what I get. Now, I'm telling you, this doll business is silly, and it's going to stop right now.
Now, Paul, wait a minute. Perhaps the dolls have become too real to her, but after all, whose fault is that? Let me talk to her.
Miss. Yes. Be most careful. Trust Miss will not try to interfere with Jennifer, Rose, and Mary.
Listen, if I had my way, those dolls would have wound up in a trash can weeks ago.
Important mistake. Jennifer, Rose, and Mary, not dolls.
Oh, yeah. Minna's got a name for it. Something to do with fantasy taking on reality.
No. This is fantasy made up by Miss Anne to hide truth.
What?
Nursery occupied by something other than dolls.
What are you trying to say?
Previous tenants moved because of this. Sounds of children weeping most pitifully in still hours of night.
Song, are you trying to tell me that room is haunted?
Yes. Very occupied. In most friendly possible way.
Come on.
During Roaring 20s, owner of house, also father. Father of 3 little girls. And shamefully neglectful of same. Many times children left here in house alone. Alone one night sleeping in nursery.
Minna!
Oh, get Ann out there. Get her away.
Minna!
Something's in that room. Something touched me. It touched me, then it tried to hug me.
Are you all right?
They didn't mean to scare her.
What happened?
Oh, we can't stay in this house.
Someone tell me what happened.
Jennifer, Rose, and Mary. They're not dolls. They're not dolls.
Song, did you put that story into Ann's head?
No. Miss Ann tell me story. I listen. Have heard story many times. Same story.
All right. So 3 children died up there from escaping gas 30 years ago, but you could have heard it from one of the neighbors.
Has seen no neighbors. Did Miss Boswell teach Charleston dance to Miss Ann?
Ann! All ready to go?
Yes. Paul.
Oh, come on, Minna.
Oh, I know it's the 20th century, and I know it's impossible. But I also know something touched me.
Listen, I've had enough of this nonsense. Ann, come on down here now, dear. We're going.
Paul, you didn't let her go up there.
Why not? There's nothing up there that can hurt her.
No? Then why are you in such a hurry to get her out of the house?
Oh, I'll tell you why. 'Cause she's my child, and I don't want her head stuffed full of a lot of crazy ghost talk from both of you. We're going home now, and I'll drag her out of here by the ears if I have to. She's my child, and I want her with me because I love her. I love her.
Daddy?
Come on, dear. We're going now. No more arguments.
I was just saying goodbye to Jennifer, Rose, and Mary. They said fathers are very nice people, and they thought I should go. I'm ready, if you want me.
Oh, I want you. I want you. Come on now. Get your coat.
Come on. We're gonna miss the plane.
Oh, that's right. Is everything all set, Song?
All ready.
Okay.
Oh, Daddy, my music box.
Oh. Well, I'll get it, darling. Song, take these things out to the car. Thank you.
A ghost story? The overactive imagination of a small child? What about Minna? She said something touched her. No, hugged her. An affectionate ghost. More imagination? Maybe. I guess the only thing that really matters is the difference it made in Ann's life with her father. How it happened is anybody's guess. And why? We'll leave that to your imagination. In a moment, I'll be back and tell you something about next week's venture into the world of the unknown. Perhaps the most remarkable case of psychic phenomena ever recorded is the one you'll see next week. I can't describe it because the men to whom it happened could not agree as to what it was. But they never forgot it, and neither will you. The next 30 minutes could happen to anybody. To you or your neighbor. Maybe it has. Maybe it will. If it ever does, would you believe it? Would you have the nerve to talk about it?
Lisa! 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 Où est cette petite? Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Lisa! It is time for your ballet lesson. Come on. Vite, 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 vite. Where is that child? Oh, this is terrible. Look at your face. This is certainly not ladylike. Ivy has been looking for you. Annette is waiting for you. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? C'est terrible. On ne peut pas compter sur vous du tout.
Lisa Garrick, age 11. Reluctant ballerina. How nice to be 11 in the wonderful world of 1901. A world of peace and security, and for little girls, fun. No reason for it to ever change. No reason that Lisa knew of.
1, 2, 3, 4. Higher, Lisa, higher. That's better. 1, 2. Your hands soft, restful. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, Mr. Garrick. Oh, I didn't mean to pry. I was only passing.
That's all right, Abby. I don't blame you for watching.
Oh, she's a picture. She's so lovely. I can close my eyes and almost see her mother.
Yes, she has the same grace, the same love of life.
1, 2, 3, 4, and stop. Now let's do.
Mademoiselle Guerrero, I'm tired. Couldn't I rest for a minute?
Tired? We just started. A ballet dancer tired? That is not possible. Come on, come on, come on. Daddy!
Oh, hey, that was pretty good, wasn't it? Catching that leap that way. What do you think, Mademoiselle Garot? Would I make a good partner for this prima ballerina, or do you think I'm starting a little late?
Daddy, don't have to do with me. Well, you can
Oh,
do it.
no.
Come on,
Well,
try
stop,
it.
stop, stop, Lisa. Your father is much too old for that kind of foolishness.
Mademoiselle Garot is quite right. As a ballet dancer, I'm afraid I'm past my prime. Now, you go right ahead with your lesson, and I'll watch from over here.
Let's show the turns to your father. Annette, please, la grande valse brillante. Go to the center of the floor, please. Ready? Begin. Faster, faster. That's better. Faster, faster, faster. Good, Lisa. Good. Bravo, ballerina, bravo. Oh, elle était merveilleuse. Elle fait vraiment des progrès, n'est-ce pas? Stop now. That is enough. Vraiment. Well, stop, Lisa. That is enough, I say. Stop, I say. Lisa!
Lisa!
Has she ever suffered from vertigo, dizzy spells, faintness, that sort of thing?
Never, Dr. Parsons. She's always been a healthy child. She's never been sick.
She doesn't seem to have struck her head when she fell, but she certainly has sustained some kind of shock. Probably some infantile hysteria.
But I tell you, Dr. Parsons, she isn't the sort of child.
Daddy!
Lisa. Lisa, darling, what is it?
It fell on top of me.
What did, young lady?
The chandelier. It tore out of the ceiling on top of me. On top of me.
Lisa, the chandelier didn't fall.
It did, Daddy. It did. It fell on top of me.
Honey, you just imagined it.
Daddy, you've got to believe me. Please listen. It came out of the ceiling. Plaster in the wood cracked all to pieces.
Honey, I saw the chandelier only a few moments ago. It's right where it's always been.
Daddy, I saw it. Please listen. It came out and it smashed in a jangle and I was under it. Daddy, I was under it.
All right.
Now, young lady, I think we've heard enough of that, don't you? You had a dizzy spell and you fainted. Now I want you to rest and sleep. And when you're all calmed down, you'll see that it was just your imagination. Oh, here we are.
It came out of the ceiling.
Thank you, Abby.
Plaster in the wood cracked all to pieces. Daddy, I saw it. I saw it.
All right, honey, I believe you.
Here, Lisa, let me see you take this. It'll help you rest.
Get some sleep now. You promise?
I'll try, Daddy.
Good girl.
Give her another one tomorrow if she has trouble sleeping, but I don't believe she will. After a good night's rest, it'll be gone from her mind.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, there, Mr. Garrick. Oh, darling, I didn't mean to frighten you. What in the world are you doing up at this hour?
I wanted to look. I just had to. I just had to.
Lisa. Lisa, darling, what's the matter?
I looked in to see if she was sleeping, and I found her down here, sir.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy, I had to see. I just had to.
Why, of course you did, darling. Now, let's have a real look, shall we? Come along, Lisa.
No.
There. Nothing's going to happen, you see?
No, Daddy, no. It wasn't you. It was me.
Eat a little breakfast, honey. You'll feel better.
I'm not hungry.
What is it, darling? Still upset about yesterday? You'll forget about it soon.
No, I won't.
You know how when you get dizzy, everything kind of spins around? Well, it looks like you got so dizzy doing those turns yesterday that things not only went around like this, but up and down, too.
Only down.
All right, only down. But it happens to everybody. It's just kind of a trick our imagination plays on us.
Daddy, it wasn't my imagination. It was real.
Real?
Yes.
But how could it be? The chandelier's still there, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're here with me, aren't you?
Yes, but it was real.
Well, all right. That's better. I'm working home today, so maybe we can spend a couple of hours together this afternoon. How about it?
I'd like that, Daddy. Come on, Abby, throw them to me.
Well, I'm sending them right. It just goes where it has a mind to.
Oh, Abby, no, that's all wrong. You've got to throw it overhand.
Well, all right, I'll try it. Oh! Oh. Lisa, did you find it? Lisa, what's taking you so long?
Would you call Miss Lisa for me, please, Abby?
To come in here, sir?
Yes, please.
Why, she won't come in this room, Mr. Garrick. You know that, sir. She hasn't been in this room in more than 10 years.
Abby, please. Call her. Well, what do you say, Ed?
She's as sound as a dollar, Mr. Garrick. It would take an earthquake to move her. She's as strong as the day she was put in. If she'd moved at all, there would have been cracks in the plaster, and there isn't any. And there's no rust on the metalwork. She's as sound as a dollar, Mr. Garrick.
You're absolutely sure?
Yes, sir. There's a little trap in the ceiling that leads to where she's anchored. I inspected all the fittings, and there's no rust on the metalwork. She's as strong as the day she was put in. If she'd moved at all, there would have been cracks in the plaster, and there isn't any. I'd say it would take an earthquake to move her.
All right, thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
See me, Daddy?
Yes, Lisa. You remember Ed Matthews?
Of course. How are you, Mr. Matthews?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. You look lovely every time I see you, Miss Garrick.
Thank you.
Ed has gone all over the chandelier from top to bottom.
Daddy, please.
Oh, the chandelier was put up there to stay, Miss Garrick. It would take an earthquake to move
Ed,
it.
thank you very much. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, sure, Mr. Garrick. Sure. Excuse me, miss.
Now, you see, darling, you believe me now, don't you? If anything were wrong, Ed Matthews would have found it.
Daddy.
Lisa, listen to me. You're not a child any
Daddy,
longer.
please.
Lisa, may I come in?
Certainly, Daddy.
George is downstairs.
Already? Golly, I'd better hurry.
Where are you going?
To the opera with Louise and Melissa.
Why don't you all come back here afterwards for a late supper? I'm sure Abby and Mrs. Wilson would be happy to prepare something for you.
Thank you. Maybe we will. Could you fasten me, please?
Certainly. Oh, you look perfectly charming.
Thank you.
Darling, I have a request to make of you. I'm not going to demand it because I respect your feelings.
I know you do, Daddy. You always have, and I'm very grateful.
You know, for generations, the women of my family have made their debuts in the ballroom. This is a special occasion. Not only your debut, but the announcement of your engagement as well. It just wouldn't seem right to have it anyplace else, would it?
No, I suppose it wouldn't. I know it's childish, but I just can't help it. I just can't. It's still so vivid to me.
Lisa, darling girl, do you think for one moment I would contemplate the possibility of endangering the life of my child? Not to mention my guests. Of course I wouldn't. In the 10 years since your experience, the chandelier hasn't budged in its moorings a fraction of an inch. If there was the slightest sign of weakness, Ed Matthews would have found it.
Yes, I'm sure he would have. If he could see it. But how do we know?
We don't, of course. We don't know when a horse will run away. We don't know where lightning will strike. We don't know what deadly germs are in the very air we breathe. But we can't very well organize our lives around such fears, can we?
No.
Darling, it means a great deal to me. Have you spoken to George about this? Well, you don't have to give me your answer now, but will you think about it?
Yes, Daddy, I'll think about it.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
Daddy? I'll try. I promise.
Good girl.
You're wrapped, miss?
I'm sorry, George. Ready?
I have been for years.
Daddy talked to me tonight about having the engagement party in there.
Mm-hmm. What did you tell him?
I told him I'd think about it. You think I'm being very foolish, don't you?
I think you're beautiful, adorable, and just a little foolish.
Well, maybe I am. I don't know. I really don't know.
Are there any more potatoes?
I'll see if I can find you some more, sir.
Again, Martha. Don't you realize there's a limit to the capacity of the human body?
Yes, but that's exactly what I'm trying to find out, the limit. Now, don't scoff. This is in the nature of a scientific experiment.
Well, at the rate you're going, you're liable to become a martyr to science. You are prepared, I assume, to die if need be for the service of your cause?
Of course. And what a glorious death that would be. The victim of a final filet mignon. Or of an innocent but lethal brook trout.
That's ridiculous, dying from overeating. I should think it would be very untidy.
Oh, not a bit. At any rate, that's just the way I want to go. Indulging myself to the very last. How about you, Evan? Wouldn't you like to die like that?
Oh, no, not me. I want to go in my sleep when I least expect it. And then all my relatives will be shocked, particularly when they read my will and find I died penniless.
How about you, Melissa?
Oh, I wanted to go in great style. Painlessly, of course. In a great silken bed with all my grandchildren around me weeping softly.
Oh, I know. And with muted strings playing softly in the background.
That's better than dying with your stomach full.
How about you, Lisa?
What?
Well, how would you like to die?
I know how I'm going to die.
How's he? How in the world can she? How in the world she can know?
And Lisa rightfully believes that at the appointed time, a special deputation of angels and archangels will come. Well, don't you think that's just as likely to come from on high as something falling from a sky?
Please, George, please.
Did I say something wrong? I was only joking.
Of course you were. There was no reason to take it so seriously.
Why did you get so upset? It hasn't anything to do with us. Please believe me, it's something that, well, it's hard to explain. I'm sorry, but maybe we'd better leave. Lisa's, well, she's trying to work out a problem. You know, one of those things.
If you think so, George, far be it from us to intrude.
Well, anyway, it's getting late, and Father will be furious and if I don't come home soon.
Thanks, Melissa.
Tell Lisa I hope she feels better tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure she will. It's just...
At least we could have finished eating.
Really, Martin, you're always thinking about your stomach. Good night, George.
Good night, George.
Good night. I'll say your goodbyes to Lisa for you. Lisa, wait!
I can't. Oh, darling, I tried. I tried for Father, for you. I can't. I just can't.
We're going to announce our engagement right here.
No.
Yes.
No.
And I'm going to dance a waltz with my own beloved Garrick woman from one end of this room to the other.
George, I beg you not to. No.
Dance with me.
No, George, no.
Dance with me.
Please, I beg you not to.
Listen, Lisa. Was I in your vision? Did the chandelier fall on me, too? Well, then as long as you're in my arms, it can't fall. Look up, Lisa.
I can't.
Look up.
No.
Look up, Lisa. Look up. Look up, Lisa. It cannot fall. It can't fall. It can't fall.
Yes? That's Lisa. But it's no longer 1901. Now it's 1947, June 12th. And this wonderful party is for Lisa's granddaughter, who tonight is making her debut. So Lisa's premonition of disaster was all wrong.
Lisa! Lisa!
All wrong? As her namesake danced beneath it, the great chandelier fell, just as Lisa had seen it fall many years ago. The premonition came true 2 generations later. To whom it happened, we know. Where it happened, we know. How or why it happened. But I'm not quite ready to say goodnight. Reading from left to right, Jennifer, Rose, and Mary. Dolls? Yes. But not nearly so innocent as they seem. Next week, they take over the life of a lonely little girl with devastating results. The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not, but the real people who lived this story, they believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. From the very earliest days, the sea and the unknown have been linked in men's minds. The strange, fire-breathing monsters with which primitive mapmakers filled in the unknown areas have proved to be figments of their imagination. Most of the strange tales of the sea have yielded quite reasonable explanations. But others are part of that irreducible mystery for which every man is free to devise his own explanation. Devise one, that is, if he can.
As per my instructions, I've kept the captain under closest surveillance. Observation.
Mr. Blake? Mr. Blake? You got 10 minutes, Mr. Blake? You want some coffee?
Yes, come on in.
Well, I figured you could use some of this before you go on watch.
Well, you figured right, Cookie. How we doing?
Like lightning, smooth as silk since we have the sea at our back.
Since what?
Well, it's been like that since, well, just about midnight. Is anything wrong? What's the matter?
No. Must be some reason.
I don't know. Except maybe the captain.
Maybe the captain what?
Nothing. Well, everybody knows about the captain. He's old.
Yes, he is. Go down to his cabin, give him my compliments, and ask him if he'd be kind enough to meet me on deck.
Yes, sir.
And Cookie.
Sir?
Don't mention this to anybody.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Dibble!
What's the matter? Can't a man read?
I don't care what you read. I'm only the mate. But I'd like to be informed when the course has been changed.
What are you talking about? Nobody's changed the course.
We've been west by northwest for the last 4 hours.
Well, of course we have.
Do you know how far off course that takes us?
I wouldn't know. I'm not the navigator.
Well, just try to remember that.
I'll try to remember, Mr. Blake. You just try to remember what course you put down and don't blame other people.
I put down?
Take a look.
Who put that course down?
When I go on watch, I'm not supposed to ask who set the course. I'm just supposed to see the helmsman steers the course that's on that board, and that's just what I've done. Ford will tell you. He's had the wheel the whole watch. He'll tell you that board read west by northwest when we came on.
That's impossible. I gave the order myself.
And the next time, be more careful when you go around.
Don't tell me to be more careful.
You asked to see me, mate? What is it?
Captain, our course has been changed.
So I see.
Change the course to south by southwest, helmsman.
South by southwest. Aye, aye, sir.
May I remind you, Mr. Blake, that while the duties of the mate on this vessel are also the duties of the navigator, those duties are executed at the approval of the captain, who is to be consulted prior to a change in course.
Captain, we've been west by northwest for the last 4 hours.
4 hours? Upon whose authority did you do such
No authority, I didn't.
That's enough! All I want to hear from you is why you saw fit to change my vessel's course.
I never changed that course.
Then who did?
Captain, somebody sneaked in and put a new course on the board. Probably during the last change of watch.
It's possible. Will do, Mr. Dibble.
Aye, sir.
Meaning it's also possible that I'm a liar.
You said it, Mr. Blake, not I.
But you meant it.
Perhaps, Mr. Blake.
Well, I resent that.
You can resent it all you like. But while you're resenting it, you'll keep your mouth shut. And that's an order, Mr. Blake.
Very
An order!
Captain,
Yes!
we'll be calm. Not a breath of wind.
That's not necessary yet, Mr. Blake. To whomever changed our course, my compliments. Not only have we lost the wind, we found ice.
Ice? Where?
Can't you feel it, Mr. Blake? It's all around us.
Ice off the port bow!
Ice off the port bow!
Now do you feel it, Mr. Blake? Now, whoever played this idiotic trick made one little mistake. After he finished with his mutinous joke, he forgot to put the chalk back. See? He probably was so thrilled with putting one over on the old captain that he got carried away, and in the excitement, he dropped the chalk in his pocket. Now, since we've got nothing better to do, we'll have a little court of inquiry right here. Your pockets. Empty them out right here. Be quick about it. And turn the linings out so I can see that they're empty. You hear me, Mr. Blake?
Yes, sir.
Then move.
I don't think it's a lawful order, Captain.
You don't?
An officer has no right to inspect a brother officer's private property.
You know, you may be right. But surely you're aware that even if an order is unlawful, it still must be obeyed. Your remedy is to take it up with higher authority when we reach port. You have a legal right to refuse to obey only such unlawful orders as you believe menace the safety of the ship. Are you aware of that?
I am.
And surely you do not believe that my exercising my curiosity in this way, even if unlawful, menaces the safety of the ship? Huh? Do you?
No, sir.
Then I order you to empty your pockets on this table right now. All right. All right, pick it up. Lord, I want every man not actually on duty assembled on the deck at once. Mr. Dibble, you will inspect the contents of the pockets of every man on duty. Get going, both.
Aye, aye, sir.
Aye, aye, sir.
You two, Cookie, out. This certifies that Walter Blake is a security officer for the Triport Shipping Company and is authorized to investigate conditions aboard the bark Triport Queen, and so on. Pick it up. In other words, you're a spy. Don't you think I can guess what conditions you're investigating? Me, that's what.
Look, it's nothing personal. But you've had cargo damage, and you've been late.
Bad weather, bad luck.
3 trips out of 6.
4 trips out of 7. You're forgetting our present situation, Mr. Blake.
Well, there must be some reason.
Oh, surely. There always has to be a reason. Everything has to fit together. Maybe that's true on dry land. But there are things that happen at sea that just don't have any reason.
Like how our course was changed?
Maybe.
You care to empty your pockets, Captain? You're hesitating. Are you sure? Could you have done it and forgotten about it?
You see any chalk there? Hmm? Now there? Oh, perhaps you think I've hidden it. Hmm? Now go ahead, look.
No.
I may be an old man, and perhaps I forget things now and then, but I keep my ship on course. Unless some cheap company spy is so anxious to turn in a nice fat report that he doesn't mind tricking me. Hmm?
That's not my handwriting. Here, look, I'll show you.
You could have had somebody else do it for you. You can put that in your report. You can say that I think people are picking on me. Now, there's lots of us old ones that think that. Oh, I've no doubt. Your report will put me on the beach. But you won't write it until you reach port. Until then, you're my first mate and subject to my orders, which are to get out of here and help round up the crew. Get on with it.
Yes, sir. What have you checked?
Check the forward hold and galley.
I'll take this hatch. Anybody working down there? Mr. Blake?
Mr. Dibble said the crew's assembled on the stern, all that aren't working.
All of them?
That's what he said, all present or accounted for. You coming?
Yeah, in a moment.
Mr. Blake! Mr. Blake, would you mind joining us topside?
Captain, would you come down here? You may not have to search through any more pockets. I think we've got a stowaway down here.
If this is some kind of a trick, Mr.
doing here? You're soaking wet. Where'd you come from?
What's your name?
Speak up.
You speak English?
Maybe he's got papers on him. Put your hands up in the air and turn around. What do you got in your hand? Open it! Open it! It's the chalk.
You changed that course. Why? Speak up! Why did you change that course?
We've got a wind, Captain.
We're underway. Put the irons on him, Mr. Blake.
Keep a sharp lookout for ice. Trim the main.
Captain, did you hear that?
I heard. Answer them.
We're away! Where are you? Keep shouting! We'll find you!
What would you do, Mr. Blake? Shall we try and save him?
Of course.
You sure? There's ice all around us. Damage the vessel or worse. What would the company advise in such a matter?
It's your ship, Captain.
All right, Mr. Blake. Launch the workboat.
Aye, aye, sir. Wilson, get the workboat over the side.
Get the workboat over the side! Be quick!
There they are.
Thank God! Swanson, second mate, the Flying Eagle. We struck an iceberg 5, 6, 7 hours ago.
Blake, first mate, Triport Queen. Where are the rest of your men?
God knows. She went down fast. That's all that's left.
What about him?
Navigator. He died almost immediately.
Well, pull him aboard. He's entitled to a decent burial. Cut him loose, quick!
No.
No. No, no, no! No!
What is it? What's the matter?
No!
Mr. Blake! What do you think's the matter? This lad hasn't been to sea 40 years like you and me. He drags a body from the water, and it takes the billy out of him. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Blake? Isn't that it? Isn't that it? Mr. Dibble, I want you to take these men below and get them some dry clothes and some hot food.
Aye, aye, sir.
My God. It was the same man.
Yes?
He was dead. Dead for hours.
Yes. The course was changed. Men's lives were saved. Do you want a reason, Mr. Blake? A dry land reason? I don't have one.
You saw him. What did you think?
Well, I think... I thought that the company was right. That I was a very old man. But you're quite a young man. And you saw him, too.
There must be some explanation. Some answer.
And if there is no answer, what do you do, Mr. Blake? But I'm sure by the time you hand in your report, you'll have found an answer to satisfy the gentleman in Boston.
Report? What report, Captain?
The Flying Eagle went down here, off the tip of Greenland. At that time, the Triport Queen was here and headed for Boston. Now, exactly what happened to make the Queen change her course? Well, parapsychologists, that is, those whose profession is the study of psychic processes, will tell you that at the instant of death, the navigator of the stricken vessel somehow managed to do something to save the lives of his shipmates. Or was the course on the blackboard a coincidence and the stowaway an hallucination? Who knows? In any event, the fact is that 3 men who otherwise would have perished were saved. In a moment, a hint about next week. For a long time, Sylvia Ackroyd was a lonely, neglected woman. Then suddenly, inexplicably, she wasn't lonely anymore, for she met a most amazing companion. You'll meet him next week. Have you ever been certain your telephone would ring in the next 10 seconds? Or have you ever walked down a strange street and had the feeling that you knew what lay beyond the unturned corner? Yes? Then you've had a brief encounter with the world of the unknown. You are ready for the actual human experience that follows. This is the tiny Mediterranean island of Cabrihorma. Latitude 39 degrees north, longitude 3 degrees east. 150 miles from the coast of Spain. Mitchell Campion's Magic Island. And who is Mitchell Campion? Well, everyone who knows him, that is those who are really close to him, think of him as a perfectly normal, average American male. But do they know everything about him? Es posible para mí, por favor. Es posible.
Muévete, muévete.
Ya voy, ya voy.
Señor. Un momento, señor.
Sí, ya.
Por favor, es posible para mí.
We have no room, señor. Ah, Señor Campion. Why, yes, for Señor Campion, we will always have a room. We will find a room. Let me see. Señor Rodriguez, you will leave about 2 o'clock, I see.
See, how'd you know my name?
But of course I remember.
Oh, remembered what?
Why, you, senor.
I beg your pardon?
Well, it is only 1 month since you left.
No, you confused me with somebody else. Hey, is too early for lunch? I'm starving.
Oh, the dining room is open, as always.
I'll leave my bag here for now, all right?
See, good.
Hey, how did you know my name?
No entiendo. I do not understand, senor.
Okay, never mind.
Sí, señor. Señor Campion, bienvenido. It is so good to see you again. Sit down, sit down. And for this time of day, your usual, how you say, brunch. I remember, no?
Well, look, miss,
Un momentito. You see, Carla, remember? And Juan already prepares the ham and the eggs. How you call it? Country style.
Look, just a minute.
Si, senor?
I appreciate all this special attention, but I'm afraid you made a mistake.
The tomato juice. It is not as you like it?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, that's just the way I like it, but, well, you don't understand. I don't know how you know my name or how you happen to know how I like my ham and eggs or any of it, but I'm not whoever you think I am.
You are not Senor Campion?
Well, yes, I am.
Senor Mitchell Campion from Ohio.
Yes, but I've never been on this island before in my life. Never. Don't you understand?
Si, claro, of course, I understand. You have never been here before.
No, really. I have really never been here before. No, I don't know how you know so much about me, but believe me, I have never been here.
Of course, claro, I understand. You have never been here before. I've never been here before.
No, this is ridiculous. Muchacho.
Sí, senor.
How long have you been working here?
Working here? 2 years, senor.
And have you ever seen me before?
No, senor. Nunca.
Well, that's a relief.
Why doesn't Senor Campion want to be recognized?
Oh, who knows? Take that upstairs, huh?
Give me a beer. Oh, make it a cognac.
Miguel, you did come back. I knew you would. I told them you would.
Look, there's been some sort of mistake.
Mistake?
I don't mean to offend you. I can't imagine what's causing all this confusion, but I know you honestly think you know me, but believe me, I have never seen you before in my life.
Miguel, what is it?
What is what?
Miguel.
No, my name is not Miguel.
It isn't? Well, I beg your pardon, Mr. Campion. Now tell me, why did you come back?
Oh, now what is this? What is this, some sort of joke or what?
A joke? Some of us here did not find it very funny.
Who? What are you talking about?
I, for instance. I did not find it very funny.
What didn't you find very funny? Now, look, I arrived here this morning. I've never been here before in my life.
Yes.
Well, what do you want?
Miguel, are you all right? Well, you must forgive Gino. You know how he is. After all, he's Francesca's brother. You must understand how...
I understand all right. Everybody on this island is insane.
Miguel, wait.
Si, senor? You said I was here before, last month. Well, apparently everybody on this idiotic island agrees with you.
Si, senor?
Yeah, but I wasn't. I can prove it. Now, take a look in your register and show me my name any day before today.
Oui bien.
Wildest thing I ever heard of. Even if there was somebody who looked like me. I know you. I do. Francesca.
Is it true, Miguel? You really do not remember?
I don't know.
Alexis told me I could not believe it.
Alexis?
Have you been ill? Is that it?
Alexis. What?
Or is it that you prefer not to remember?
Look.
Why did you leave? Why did you not say something?
I don't know what I'm supposed to...
Why did you come back?
Come back?
Do you want me to tell you that it was all a mistake? That it was not you, that it could not have been? Do you want me to release you? All right. I do. You have no responsibility here. You can go. You can forget it all.
Forget what? No, please, forget what?
Oh, Miguel, please.
Try to be patient with me. I'm all mixed up. All I know is ever since I set foot on this island, people have acted like they know me. I thought at first they were mistaking me for somebody else. But the moment I saw you, it was like a door beginning to open on a room that I know somehow.
Miguel.
No, Francesca. No. Francesca, please. Please. Francesca. Corazon, please. Corazon, no. Corazon.
Sí. Sí, corazón. Sí. Oh, Miguel. Querido. Querido Miguel. There must be a way you can find out about it, no? Miguel?
I do not understand, senor. Your name is not here.
Well, it's got to be. You said I was here, didn't you?
See?
It's the law. Every guest has to sign the register, isn't it?
See?
Well, where is it? I want to see it.
Your name is not there, senor. Do you not insist you're not here? That you are never here before today?
Why isn't it here? Why?
I don't know, senor. I don't understand.
You still say I was here, don't you? Don't you?
Of course you were here.
I was. I was. There must be proof somewhere. Somewhere.
Monsieur, we are closing.
Check your passenger list. I know my name must be on it. Mitchell Campion.
Monsieur, we have no passenger list. We only sell tickets. One way or round trip, that is all.
Oh. Well, maybe whoever sold me the ticket or somebody on the ship might remember me.
Do you have a passport?
Yeah, sure.
If you were here last month from a foreign country, it will be stamped by authorities. What is it, Monsieur Campion? What do you want?
What?
Your passport was issued in New York City on the 14th of June, 10 days ago. You could go nowhere before that.
Is your name Alexis?
Please, Miguel. Whatever game there is.
No, please, listen to me. I'm not playing any game now. Something is terribly wrong. I know I've never been on this island before in my life. I couldn't have been, but...
But what?
Francesca. I've seen her. I know her. And a lot of other things. This place. And you.
Miguel, are you saying the truth? You really do not remember?
That's just it. I feel like I'm going out of my mind. I couldn't have been here, not possibly. And yet, more and more, I'm sure I was.
I think you're ill, Miguel.
No. It has nothing to do with that. Now, look. Look at my passport, Alexis. It's dated June the 14th. That's 10 days ago. 10 days ago, I have never been out of the United States in my life. Now, can't you see? I couldn't have been.
You say, Miguel, you remember things. Can you remember this? That snapshot was taken here over a month ago. Over a month ago.
That's impossible.
Over a month ago.
God, Alexis. What is this?
I don't know, Miguel.
Oh, well, there has to be a logical answer. I mean, a man can't be in two places at the same time.
No, that does not seem logical. And yet, here we are. Are you sure, Miguel? Are you absolutely sure that it couldn't have been here and, let's say, forgotten?
Forgotten how?
Amnesia. Something. Anything. Perhaps there was another passport.
Oh,
perhaps.
no.
But you were here.
Yes, I believe that. But I also know that I couldn't possibly have been. I was in a hospital in Paxton, Ohio, during the time you say I was here. I was in a hospital almost a month. And I was unconscious most of that month.
Unconscious?
I was in a bad automobile accident. Believe me, I couldn't have walked 2 steps out of that bed even if I'd wanted to.
Miguel, why have you come here now?
Well, I was discharged from the hospital. The doctor ordered a long rest.
But why this island? This is not the usual tourist place.
Well, I don't know. I read about it a long time ago, and I guess it stuck in my mind.
And the first time you left the United States, you came right here. Why?
Well, I guess I always wanted to come here. What are you getting at?
I'm not sure. If you really were in that hospital all that time... Miguel, I've lived longer than you, and I have thought more. Do you really think there are no larger answers to the small one we can supply?
Larger answers?
Oh, Miguel, I had thought you had gone again.
I'm sorry, but I had to find out.
Now you know, don't you? Oh, what a happy day that was.
Miguel, there are answers for everything. Unfortunately, we know very few of them.
Querido, do not be so troubled. Whatever that is confusing
Wait a
you...
minute. Wait, I can prove this. I can prove it.
Si, senor.
Hey, what room am I in? I want my bag.
Your bag, senor, is right here. Senor Rodriguez.
All right, never mind. It's my medical record. The doctor told me to take it with me when I left the States, just in case. Mitchell Campion admitted Paxton Memorial Hospital on April 30th. Underwent surgery and post-operative care for head and chest injuries, discharged May 28th. That's 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago.
to think. I don't even know how to begin to think about it.
I only know one thing. I have loved you before. I love you now. I always will. Always. That is all that matters to me.
Miguel? You did not read far enough. During corrective surgery, the patient developed cardiac arrest. Adrenaline was used without response. A chest incision was made, and cardiac massage ultimately revived the patient. But for a period in excess of 4 minutes, all respiratory and circulatory functions having entirely ceased, the patient was dead.
"4 minutes, 4 hours, 4 years. Who knows what time really is? We dream complete experiences in seconds, don't we? They say a drowning man relives his entire life in a moment. But what about Mitchell Campion? There have been many investigated cases of the miraculous transportation of persons or things over great distances in an instant. It's called teleportation. It has something to do with the still unsolved laws of time and space. All we know is that the facts of this story were carried by the news services to every newspaper in the country. In a moment, a program note about next week. In some places, the ocean is 7 miles deep. So far, no one has descended even half that distance. Next week, one of the still unfathomed mysteries of the deep, as a ship and her crew sail into the unknown. The next 30 minutes could happen to anybody. To you or your neighbor. Maybe it has. Maybe it will. If it ever does, would you believe it? Would you have the nerve to talk about it? The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not, but the real people who lived this story, they believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. This is one of the storerooms of a salvage company in Connecticut. It may seem a most unlikely place to begin the incredible saga of German U-boat 147, but there's a reason for my being here. A fantastic reason, which I'll explain later. Actually, the story began some years ago, and a long way from Connecticut. It was early spring 1945, and Hitler's Third Reich was dying. 147 was one of the last U-boats to survive. Now it waited off the coast of northern Germany to begin its final voyage.
Der! Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler. Be careful with those briefcases. An honor to have you aboard, sir.
I shouldn't be on board. I should be with the Führer, fighting until the end.
Put them in my cabin. May I show you to your quarters?
The captain is generous.
My orders from the Admiralty are quite specific. So long as you are aboard this boat, you are in command, Herr Bartman.
My orders are not so specific. We must somehow keep this dream alive. Herr Kapitän, enemy aircraft!
Herr Bartman!
Head secure!
Right to 40 meters!
40 meters, Captain!
That's rather hard. Steady, 1 to 0. We'll be underwater in 30 seconds.
Oh, my God! What is it?
Someone is trapped on top! Surface at once!
Service at once, Captain! What are you doing?
I'm going up after him.
You can't. The plane will kill us all.
One of my men is drowning up there.
You cannot surface. I will not allow it. That is an order.
Resume driving position to 40 meters.
40 meters, Captain!
All stations. This is the captain. Check all personnel and report.
Oh, I have never been on a U-boat. Is smoking permitted?
No, Herr Bartman.
No?
No, there is battery gas aboard. It might explode.
What a ball.
What a beautiful cigarette case.
Yes, it is, isn't it? The inscription on the inside might interest you.
The Führer.
It was given to me at Nuremberg in 1938. 1,000,000 voices singing the Horst Wessel song. The torches turning their faces red. Those were days, my boy.
Engine room reporting, Captain. All hands at station. Aft torpedo room. All hands at station.
Waiting room at station.
Forward torpedo room. All hands at station, Captain.
That leaves only the control room.
Captain, you must understand that the life of every German is as dear to me as it is to you. But on this voyage, my dear Captain, you're carrying something more precious than life.
And that is?
You are carrying the last hope of the Third Reich. All that is left of Germany are a few U-boats, such as this one, moving under the sea, with a half a dozen leaders like myself. This is not vanity. This is a historical fact.
When did you see the Führer last?
I do not want to talk about that. He's become an old man. His vitality all gone. His whole body trembles. Imagine those wonderful eyes, dead. I wept. I admit it, I wept.
Captain!
All hands at stations in control room.
Are you certain?
Certain, Captain.
No one missing. How can that be?
Could it have been the bullets from the plane?
Possibly some seaweed caught on the cables when we crash-dived, Captain.
I suppose it's possible.
Well, then we're upset about nothing. All is well. That is a good omen. I feel rather tired with Would someone take me to my cabin, please?
Friedel,
Yes, Captain.
show her Barkman to my quarters.
Yes, Captain.
What is it?
Check every valve, bolt, and fitting on this boat.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Keep looking.
I checked the engine room, the aft torpedo room, and the forward torpedo room. Everything is working perfectly. Oh, I found a loose sprocket on one of the ventilator fans, but that could not have caused the noise.
Well, let's hope we are through with the sound.
What's that?
A little party. I gave the men permission.
But they'll wake Herr Bartmann. The poor man finally fell asleep. I'll tell him to stop.
Lieutenant, didn't you hear me? I gave them permission.
I'm not a worshipper of dignity like the good captain. Some of my best memories are of being with young people at party meetings. They were like my own boys. Well now, whose birthday is it?
My wife's, sir.
Your wife's? How charming. Did they wake you up, Herr Bartmann? No, it's all right. The sound has stopped. Yes, it's more pleasant to be awake now. Go to my cabin. You will find a bottle of cognac there. Bring it here. At once. Your wife, huh? Well, how old is she?
Elsa's 21. I hope.
You hope?
She's been reported missing.
Oh, come now, let's cheer up. I may have to send a message to Herr Goebbels saying that we have discovered a defeatist among us. Herr Goebbels will say, shoot him right away.
Herr Hauptmann.
Ah, thank you. Cognac, huh? It's better than beer, isn't it? Here we go. Little cognac for you. Little cognac for you. All right, here, my boy.
What kind of stupidity is this? There must be some way of finding out where this is coming from.
We've checked everything inside the hull. Every piece of machinery is working perfectly.
Then why is there this pounding?
When we surface to recharge batteries, we'll check the superstructure. Maybe it's up there.
And when will that be?
When it's possible.
Oh, it's bad enough to be sealed up in this coffin, choking on the smell of oil and men. But to endure this idiotic... No!
It's coming from here, yes, but there is nothing wrong. It's tight as a drum.
Captain, I want to ask you a question.
Well?
Is it possible that one of the men in your crew is doing this deliberately?
Deliberately? Why should anyone...
Oh, come now. Don't be that simple-minded.
I don't understand.
To shatter my nerves, of course. To make it impossible for me to carry out my mission.
That's ridiculous.
I do not think so.
Even if anyone wanted to, how could they?
What do I know about U-boats?
I would make a very satisfactory victim for the trick. Is there no way to stop this pounding? Will this pounding ever cease?
Get the medical officer.
Yes. What for?
What for?
A sedative, perhaps, Herr Bartmann.
I do not need a sedative. I want the records of every man sent to my cabin.
All the records are kept in the Admiralty in Berlin.
Oh, that's most unfortunate. It might have been interesting to look into the captain's records also. Poundings in my cabin, right outside the wall. Surface at once and find out what it is.
We can't. It will be too dangerous.
Surface at once!
Surface at once!
Surface at once, Captain!
Everything still all right?
No signs of anything so far, Captain.
Keep a sharp watch.
Yes, Captain.
Nothing.
Radio message, Captain.
Thank you. Where was this picked up?
Shortwave from London.
Herr Bartmann, we haven't found the trouble yet, but I assure you we are back.
Yes. We will stay up here until we do find it. I didn't know that fresh air could taste so sweet. For me? It is a lie.
I doubt it, Herr Bartmann.
Who gave you this?
The radio man, of course.
It is another deliberate attempt to harass me.
Herr Bartmann, I assure you.
Who is this radio man? What is his background?
Lieutenant Friedel is in charge of personnel.
I found him reliable. Admiral Dönitz announced today that Adolf Hitler died during the night of April 30th. A Reuters dispatch reports that Hitler killed himself. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
It's a filthy lie! The Fuhrer would never do anything like that. No, sir. I do not believe in the reliability of your radio man.
But Herr Bautmann, I was...
Why do you insist on defending him?
I'm not defending him.
It's a lie! It's a lie! A filthy lie!
Why are we fighting among ourselves? We're all that is left. Captain, I wish to speak to the men.
Attention! This is the captain. Attention!
This is Bautmann. I bring you terrible news, my comrades. The Fuhrer is dead. He died like a hero, leading his troops into battle. We are Germany now. We must be worthy of the Fuhrer's courage.
Captain. Attention! This is the captain.
Everybody to dive stations!
What are you doing?
A boat is approaching from the south.
We haven't found out about the pounding. We haven't found out about the pounding.
Ship's only 10 miles away.
Oh, no, 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 no.
The propeller noises are stronger now. 1, 2, 5 revolutions. Sounds like a destroyer.
How close?
Between 3,000 and 4,000 meters.
Lieutenant Schneider?
This is the captain. What is our depth?
90 meters.
An enemy destroyer is approaching. We will be under depth charge attack in approximately 4 minutes. You are to begin procedures for silent routine.
Yes, Captain. This is Lieutenant Schneider. All electrical equipment except battery for lights will be shut off. Shoes are to be removed. There will be no unnecessary talking.
And what do we do if the pounding starts again?
Power room will turn off motors.
Chief engineer will disconnect ventilating system.
That is all.
Giving further information.
2,500 meters. Still closing. Propeller 1, 2, 5 revolutions.
If that is the only sound we make, we will be all right, Captain.
How close?
2,200 meters. Closing. No, wait. Going over to new course. Approximately 228.
He may be losing us. He's veering away. Well? Well?
4,000 meters. Still moving away. Now on course 206.
He's all over the ocean. He's lost us.
Where am I? Oh, I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. Get out. What is it? What is it?
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I must have air. The destroyer will pick up the pounding and come back.
Indeed it will, Lieutenant.
What is it? Where can it be? Air! 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 Get away from me! He struck me! He's doing the pounding. Arrest him! Arrest him! He's doing it! Can't you see? Tell him who I am! Tell him to stop the pounding! Tell him to stop the pounding! Oh, listen. I'm Bautmann. Remember, the Führer, he embraced me. He said to me, Nuremberg. Million voices, screaming, faces, blood, head.
I gave him Pentosil.
Faces.
Make him unconscious in a minute.
Red. Voices.
All stations. This is the captain. This is the captain. Reach for dip charges.
Are we going to try to run for it, Captain?
Run? Where can we run?
We're setting ducks.
It stopped.
He's unconscious now. Will somebody give me a hand?
Dear God, only when he's conscious.
What?
We hear the pounding only when he's awake. When he's asleep, it's gone. It's gone now. Don't you see? Somehow it comes from him.
That could not be.
It follows him from place to place.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
All stations. This is the captain. Restore power and prepare to surface. Aim to forward tank. Left rudder. We're going to surrender. Surrender? The war is over. Do you want to die down here with her, Bartman?
What could it have been?
Wonder about it for the rest of your days. Just as I shall. Who knows? It might be good for our souls. All hands! This is the captain. We are going to surrender.
Through the courtesy of the Hornsby Salvage Company in Connecticut, I offer this wrench as one of the strangest mementos of World War II. In 1946, the Hornsby people bought U-boat 147 for scrap. When the outside hull of the ship was cut away, this wrench was found in the hands of a skeleton. During the frenzied war effort of the German U-boat yards, sometimes a workman died unnoticed inside the tank spaces, which then became his unmarked tomb. Now, that explains the skeleton, but it doesn't explain the pounding. However, I have a theory. It's my own, of course. What about the man who held this wrench? What was he? Was he a slave laborer from the Balkans of France, Poland? Or was he a German whose hatred of the Nazis did not end with his death? What was he? In a moment, something about next week. Next week, we travel to the Chateau country of France and the scene of some very dark doings indeed. The villagers still whisper about the murdered wife whose tortured image has a way of appearing on the stone wall of the lovely chateau. Try to be with us. I hardly know what to tell you about the next half hour, except that it has been reported as true by those to whom it happened. It has been investigated, and no one, as yet, has been able to explain it or disprove it. This historic French chateau in the Rhone Valley is for sale. Or rent, as many are these days. But either way, the price is rather steep. If you're seriously interested in either buying or leasing this particular one, there are some things you should know. For instance, in its more recent history, around 1892, this chateau was the scene of a dark and chilling drama. The old people in the village below still talk about that night, and still in whispers. For one important player of this drama, the beginning was the end.
Oremus. Deus qui proprium es miserere sempre, e percere tu supplicaes extramus, pro anima familiae tui, Janet.
Oh, Janet.
Quam Bosie dico,
Janet. Oh, Janet.
That those who are joined together by thine authority may be preserved by thy help, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen.
Monsieur le Marquis, Madame.
Madame la Marquise.
Of course, Madame la Marquise.
He meant no disrespect, my dear. We'll take a light luncheon in the drawing room area.
Only for two, Monsieur le Marquis?
Only for two, a small reception.
Very well, Madame.
What are you called?
My name is Ernest, Madame la Marquise.
Ernest. I have seen large strawberries, huge, fresh ones, on the table here when I came to visit in the past. I would like some of those.
Very well, Madame la Marquise.
A lot. A big plate.
Very well, Madame la Marquise.
Madame la Marquise. We had a name for him in the village. Another name. Oh, but well, we won't talk about that. I am a lady now. I'm here. I am here.
You have been here before.
Ah, but not this way. Before it was sweet Charlotte from the village. Dear Charlotte. Someone to pass a rainy afternoon with when no one important was around. I used to sit here on the edge of the chair, humbly, having tea. Jeanette was very democratic. Has ever the world seen such an unhappy groom?
No, it's not that, my dear. It's just that it's been such a strange day today.
It must have been a strange day for Father Leon, too. He was unhappy.
Well, he buried Jeanette only 4 months ago.
So no one is happy but the bride, eh?
Oh, Charlotte, give me a little time. You know that I love you.
You know that I love you. You say that like a mouse. No one at the church but 2 choir boys. And no reception. Had I married the village chimney sweep, I would have had a more gala wedding than this.
We agreed to do it this way, quietly, so there'll be no talk.
And if they talked, what could they say?
Charlotte.
But I am human. I want to show off my new husband.
And your new house.
And my new house. Oh, you don't know what it's like to be as poor as a sparrow, but not to feel like a sparrow. Actually, I think some of this furniture is rather old.
Not old, my dear. Antique.
When you are rich, something old is antique. But when you are poor, something old is something old. Do you think I could learn to play the piano at my age? Am I going to have to look at that 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And why?
Remember, you were so fond of Jeanette.
Well, wasn't I? Didn't I come to visit her every dreary day of her illness, bringing her soups and custards and jams, and sitting by her bedside to be sure that she ate every spoonful?
Charlotte! A little delicacy.
Ah, you've changed from the impatient lover who complain so bitterly. Why did it take so long? Why does it take so long?
Charlotte!
And don't talk to me about delicacy.
The servants might overhear.
She was a mouse, too. Oh, a pretty mouse. You should have been very happy. And she was an aristocrat. And how did you fall in love with someone so lowly as the widow of a common soldier? Tell me, Your Honor.
Charlotte.
No, tell me first. No, tell me first.
This is Rose, Charlotte.
I have seen Rose in the market many times. Always the best for the marquise. The best meats, the best vegetables, the best this, the best that. Look at the size of this one. Open your mouth. Ernest.
Madame.
Take the picture down from the wall, please.
Very well, Madame la Marquise.
I am so hungry.
Eat, my darling. Eat.
Ernest, will you bring me another bottle of that marvelous wine?
Very well, Madame la Marquise.
Did Jeanette play the piano very well? What is it? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Then why do you act as though it was something?
I thought I saw something on the wall.
Jacques, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?
Can't you see it?
See what?
Look more closely.
Oh, it's a stain.
I thought I saw it after lunch. A little while ago, I woke up. I had to come down here. Something forced me.
What are you talking about?
Don't you really see what it is?
It's nothing.
It's the outline of a skull.
Come up to bed. Platters and platters of wonderful things. Meats and fish and delicate things. And for the wines, the best wines in the cellar. I want them to leave with the stomachache of their lives.
Will that be all, Madame la Marquise?
Ernest, excuse us. You too, please.
What do you think? Do I look like a real marquise now? Will you be proud of me at the party?
Charlotte, I tell you it's worse. It's much worse today.
The wall again.
You've got to come and see it. It's so much clearer now. Rose has been scrubbing at it for an hour. You've got to come and see it again.
Come and see what?
Oh, for the love of heaven, Charlotte, come and see it.
Come and see it. Come and... All right, let us go and see it.
I scrubbed it for 2 hours this morning. I have tried everything, lie even.
It is probably some water seeping through the wall.
Then wouldn't it be damp, madame?
Well, what do you suppose it is?
Charlotte.
Rose, when you were a little child, did you ever play a silly game?
A game, madame?
Oh, you know, like looking at a stain on a wall or the ceiling and imagining it to be something other than a stain. Or a butterfly, or an elephant, or a ballerina in a little skirt.
Yes, madame, I remember that game.
And what does this stain remind you of?
Rose, leave us.
Stay. Look at the stain. Let us see how much imagination you have.
It is just some spots, that's all.
Oh, but I can see lots of things in it. 2 blackbirds sitting on a fence. A skull. A dancing bear.
Rose, I told you to leave.
Yes, Monsieur le Marquis.
But later on, come back and clean up this mess before the party.
Yes, madame.
Baiting the girl like that. Charlotte, have you lost your mind?
No. Have you?
But why won't it wash out? Look at it, can't you see? More and more, it's becoming Jeannette.
Jeannette?
I tell you it's true.
And I tell you, you need a doctor. Already, I think you're beginning to have a little fever. And I would like you well for my party.
There won't be any party. We must lock this room up until we find out what this is.
Oh, Sherry, this is such nonsense. You're talking like a little boy.
But what is it?
A stain in the stone.
It is not in the stone.
No, it is in your conscience. And that is dangerous. Ernest!
I know it will finally be her face. The way she looked just before she died, when she realized what we had done to her. You remember how she looked? The terror in her eyes. How could you even think of having people in here?
Madame la Marquise.
Ernest, Rose seems unable to get the stain off that wall.
I know, Madame la Marquise.
Well, it would look very bad for our guests.
Yes, Madame la Marquise.
It also looks very empty, doesn't it, Ernest?
Yes, Madame la Marquise.
Well, what shall we do about it?
If I may suggest, Madame la Marquise, to cover it.
With what? A picture? Sherry, would you mind very much if we hung Jeanette's picture just for tonight? Get the picture. And have Rose come back and clean up this mess.
Yes, Madame.
Charlotte, can't we call the party off? Have it later. I'm so worried.
Yes, I know. And that makes me worry. About you.
Yes, but I am so frightened I cannot sleep.
You are losing control.
Can't we put the party off?
No, we cannot. I did not marry you to bury myself alive.
Madame, I see something. Oh, I'm sorry, madame. That game you mentioned.
What do you see, Rose?
Well, when you look at it a certain way, it does look exactly like...
Like what?
Charlotte.
A dancing bear.
I thought I had said goodnight to all of my guests.
I'll be going.
Jacques, aren't you going to say goodnight to the father?
What?
What a host you've been. All evening long, just standing here. When he has a little too much wine, he becomes like a statue. Perhaps we should put him in the public park and let the children dance around him.
Well, good night, my son.
Don't go. Wait. Help me.
Help you? How?
Help me. I'll get it. It's in the library.
He really shouldn't drink so much wine.
Seems to me he drank very little.
If you want to go now, I'll explain.
I'll wait.
Well, did you enjoy the evening?
Yes, it was pleasant.
I've come up in the world. Do you remember when I used to come to Mass with hardly a sou for the collection plate?
Yes, now it's different.
Now you don't come at all.
Or your disapproval of our marriage so quickly. It was obvious.
It was your decision.
He was very lonely. And she was a dear friend.
You can help me with this. You know exactly where to find it.
Find what?
Jeanette gave me this. I poked fun at her. When did I last come to confession?
Some months, I would say.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. At least I remember how to begin.
Jacques, confession is on Saturday. Why don't you go to bed?
Find it for me, please.
Find what?
Is it in Daniel or Isaiah? The king who saw something on the wall?
Really, I must insist. Midnight is no time for this.
I'm speaking to Father Leon.
It's in the book of Daniel. In the same hour, there appeared fingers, as if it were the hand of a man, writing upon the surface of the king's wall.
Yes, that is it.
Then was the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him. And the joints of his loins were loosed, and his knees struck one against the other.
Then was the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him.
How well you speak the holy words, Father.
What was on the wall?
The words, Mene Tekel Phares. God hath numbered thy kingdom, and thou art found wanting.
Wanting?
Thou art weighed in the balance, and art found wanting.
God! Charlotte, I can see it still.
Jacques.
I can see it on the wall.
Enough!
Through the picture.
Enough! Ernest!
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Madame la Marquise.
Ernest, help the Marquis upstairs. You really shouldn't drink so much wine.
Yes, of course. The wine. Good night.
Is he all right?
Monsieur le Marquis seems to be.
Seems to be?
I'm sure Monsieur le Marquis will be all right.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Tell me.
I've known Monsieur le Marquis since he was a little child. But I never saw him like this.
You've never seen him when he's had too much to drink?
Madame la Marquise, it isn't a drink. If he has too much to drink, he's gay. He does all sorts of pleasant things, but he doesn't cry. He seems to be in such despair. He asked for a writing paper.
What?
Then a moment later, he changed his mind. He said, no, Ernest, it's no use. And then he started talking about... It is probably just the wine that affects him differently this time.
What was he talking about?
His first wife.
I see.
If Madame la Marquise would kindly excuse me, I'm very tired.
What did he tell you of his first wife?
Oh, nothing. That she was a gentle, kindly lady.
Well, we all know that, don't we, Ernest?
Yes, Madame la Marquise. Forgive me, Madame. I'm so afraid.
Afraid of what?
He has become so melancholy, so strange. I fear for his life.
I understand. Between us, I have felt the same thing. We must watch him very carefully, Ernest. Good night.
Good night, Madame la Marquise.
And thank you. When you asked for the writing paper, what were you going to do? Send a message to the police?
I can't go on. What am I to do?
What am I to do? If you only knew how grand you and this great house look to us from the village. What a feeling of power and strength. What am I to do? Go to sleep, Sherry.
Sleep? How can I?
Would you like something to make you sleep?
I think I would.
Well, it's late for the servants. I'll go down to the kitchen and fix you some hot chocolate myself.
Yes, do. Charlotte. I want it to work quickly. Not like Jeanette.
You are such a child.
Charlotte, I'm here. I came downstairs. I want to drink it down here.
As you wish. Drink it all. It will make you feel so much better.
I know it will. Charlotte.
What?
Look at the wall.
Oh, the wall again.
Look at the wall, Charlotte.
Such nonsense.
Look! I didn't have enough courage to drink more than a sip. Now, I must find courage enough to face the guillotine, eh, Inspector?
What about her? She touch any of this?
No. It must have been her heart, the shock. She dropped to the floor like a stone after seeing it. Don't touch it! I had to cover it. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it.
You couldn't stand what?
The Marquis de Roget went to the guillotine, insisting there was an image on this wall. And at his trial, his servants swore under oath that something was on the wall. Something that could not be removed. Well, there is something, isn't there? Doesn't look very terrifying. But in the village, there are those who will tell you that on the anniversary of her death, the face of Jeanette sometimes reappears. True or false? Jeanette died on the 12th of April. Now, if some April 12th you happen to be in the vicinity, why not call the local estate agent? He'll escort you up the hill, and you can see for yourself. In a moment, something about next week. When a dominating personality lives in a house for a long time, he seems to leave an indelible and sometimes evil imprint in the very atmosphere of the place. If you're inclined to doubt this, be with us next week and see what happens to the captain's guest. Have you ever had the feeling that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you ever walked into a strange room and had the sensation that you'd been there before? Well, if you have, you've taken a small step beyond. Now watch a giant step. coast of New England, a favorite American vacation land, specializing in codfish, and the legends of witches and their broomsticks, fresh lobster, and haunted houses. Haunted houses? Well, there are many sane and sensible people hereabouts who will swear to you that this house still shelters the unquiet and restless dead. At any rate, if any ghostly inhabitants do dwell within these walls, they've certainly had the place to themselves for a very long time. We are told that we're more likely to find evidences of ghostly inhabitants in the upper regions. Well, all old houses creak and groan, aren't they? Now, look at this. This is perfectly solid wood and plaster. If there's anything more to it than this, we'll have to look further. The attic is a likely place to begin. No inanimate object can have a personality, we are told. But we forget. For example, we look at a house and we say that it's cheerful, melancholy, gloomy. Now, what we're doing, of course, is simply describing our own reactions. There are some cases, however, which seem to defy this handy explanation. On the New England coast, even today, there are certain houses which can be classified only as unfriendly.
Now, that's more like it. That's what I've been talking about.
Well, how do you know it's for rent?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Come on. Will you come on? That's locked.
Well, of course it's locked.
Oh, isn't that marvelous, huh? I bet that's almost 200 years old.
Andy, let's look someplace else.
Look someplace else, honey. This is it. This is what we've been dreaming about. Yeah, I can't see a thing.
Honey, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go in.
Andy, you'll get us arrested.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Andy, we really shouldn't be doing
Will
this.
you stop? Well, this place really looks lived in, doesn't it? Now, what is that?
Andy, let's go.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Will you look at those columns?
Andy, look at this. Captain Michael Clausen, 1860 to 1902. Hey, wake up.
Oh, this is really something, isn't it?
You like it very much, don't you?
Like it? I love it. Don't you?
Well, of course.
All right, then let's take it, huh? Hope we're not disturbing your game.
Well, you are.
Look, we're interested in renting a house. Do you handle that sort of thing?
Do and I don't.
What's that supposed to mean?
They do when there's houses to rent and don't when they ain't. Right now, they ain't.
What about that two-story job on Cape Ann Road?
You mean the Clausen house?
You know it?
Yeah, I know it.
Well, the place is empty. We thought it might be for rent.
I wouldn't fool with it.
Why not?
It's an unfriendly house, ma'am. It don't like people.
But it is for rent.
Yeah.
How much?
$500 a month.
$500? Listen, I happen to be an architect. Now, I know a little bit about houses. That's a good house, but don't you think that's a little steep?
Take it or leave it.
Well, you must do a land office business, Mr. Leach.
What if we decide to take it?
Your concern, not mine.
Well, let's talk business then.
You don't go to house.
What?
Don't go to house. Bad. Not a happy place.
Yeah, well, we'll make it a happy place. Oh. Just hold it a minute, will you?
Oh, don't be silly, Andy. We've been married 6 years.
Yeah, never really been alone yet. Now, isn't that why we came here? Hmm? Come on. Well, it's ours. Boy, I'll get more work done here than I ever did in New York. Hold it. Wait a minute. Don't ruin it. Let's do it right, top to bottom. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, if you want to back out, you can. I haven't signed a lease yet.
Oh, don't be silly. It'll be fun cleaning all this up. Give me something to do while you're working on your plans. It's a challenge, all right. And I accept. Hey, I wonder what's in here.
Get away.
What?
Get away from there.
Andy,
You have no right to look.
Andy, what's wrong? Don't you feel well?
What? I don't know. I feel kind of strange, maybe. Maybe it's the sea air.
Why'd you get so upset about the trunk? I was just going to look inside.
The what?
Honey, maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't rent this place after all.
Don't be silly. You're not gonna let the place scare you because it's a little dark and spooky, are you? Hmm? There, that's better. I'll go downstairs, see if I can find a lamp.
The Diary of Elsbeth Clausen, 1899. March 5, 1899. Michael went hunting again today. August 1st, 1899. Michael spends most of his time these days in the fields, hunting. He shouldn't. It only makes his leg that much worse. And when he returned, he was limping badly. Also, there was blood on his hands. I did not like the way he looked at me. His face was flushed and his eyes burned. He is jealous of Gideon. So many years his friend.
What you got?
Nothing. Just an old book.
Forget it. Come on. Let's take a look at the rest of the place. See so many rooms in your life? What are we going to do with all those beds?
What's the matter?
It was like somebody shoved a knife right in my leg. Oh, I never felt anything like that in my life. Phew. Like it took my breath away.
Brought you some lunch. You haven't eaten a thing all day. Please try.
You're being very solicitous.
I'm worried about you.
I'm sure you are. Wait a minute. What is this?
It's chicken soup.
Looks thick, looks rich. Come here. Come here. Isn't it strange that a man can thrive for years on rum and biscuits and then grow weak and sickly on his wife's cooking? Isn't that strange?
Everything you say is strange. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not.
Aren't you going to eat?
It's a different food I need.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Take it away. I'm not hungry.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
Do what?
Drink the way you've been doing lately. Andy, listen to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's my fault, but something's terribly wrong with us. We came here to be together, and we've never been so far apart. Never.
You'd like to leave here, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
Why?
Because we're not happy here.
You're not. That's quite understandable. You miss New York, don't you?
That isn't it.
No, not exactly. You miss something, someone.
Andy, I don't follow.
Bill, my esteemed partner. What? He kept you from being lonely in New York, didn't he? Why don't you stop pretending? Do you imagine for one moment I didn't know what was going on from the beginning?
That's a dreadful thing to say.
Hasn't been pleasant for you, has it, being locked up here with me, away from him?
I don't know what you mean.
You know exactly what I mean, Elspeth.
Elspeth? You called me Elspeth.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Andy, I'm so frightened. I'm so frightened. Let's pack up and get out of here right now.
No, we'll stay.
Mr. Leach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ellen Courtney. We rented a house from you several months ago.
Yes, ma'am. I remember. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm not sure. May I sit down, please?
Well, of course, of course. It's right here. Now.
I thought perhaps you might tell me something.
Like what?
About the house.
Yes, ma'am. I know what you mean. I expected you a long time before this. It was built in 1801 by a man by the name of Silas Clausen. He left it to his son, Michael. Michael was a sea captain, and a good one, so they say. But he was mean. Mean. Killed a lot of his men. Finally, a crew mutinied, and they keel-hauled him.
What does that mean?
Drug him back and forth across the bottom of his boat. Barnacles chewed him up pretty bad, I guess. Near tore off his right leg. After that, he was different. When the mutineers was all hung, he retired from the sea.
Was he married?
He was.
What was her name?
Elspeth.
And what happened to her?
Don't you know, Mrs. Courtney?
Where's the master?
He's out hunting.
Andy? Oh, you're kidding. He's never hunted in his life.
Never before now.
That was a pretty mysterious telegram, Ellen. Why didn't you call me up?
Andy had the phone taken out.
Why?
Ever since we moved into this house, Andy's been different.
How?
He's changed into another person, a person I've never seen before. And neither of you. Bill, you wouldn't recognize him. He gets into moods. He hardly even talks to me, and when he does, I don't know who he is.
Well, he's never had any time to himself before. Well, this is a pretty tough adjustment to make, Ellen.
Look. He sits at this board all day long and draws things.
It looks like part of an old sailing vessel.
There's something else I'd like you to see.
Andy. How are you? Ellen told me you were out slaughtering the local wildlife. I couldn't believe it. Well, there are no letters. I tried to call you. I had a feeling you were trying to keep something from me.
You don't like me to keep things from you, do you?
Well, it all depends.
You came here for a reason. Get to the point.
All right. I'm kind of swamped at the office, and I thought maybe you might want to help.
Help yourself, Gideon. You always have.
Gideon? Andy, I came here because Ellen wired me. She was worried about you.
Why don't you say what you mean, Gideon?
Why do you keep calling me that?
Why don't you drop this pose? Admit you came here for Elsbeth.
I'm afraid you're going to have to make yourself clear.
Gladly. I accuse you of consorting with Elsbeth, my wife.
Consorting?
You have betrayed me and lied to me enough. Now get out of here.
Andy!
Get out! Go on, get out! Get out!
Oh, Bill.
I should have killed you both.
Andy, you're sick.
Yes, I'm sick of your deceits and your lies. Sick of them all, Elsbeth.
I'm not Elsbeth. I'm not Elsbeth. Don't turn him over. Don't look at his face.
Oh, my God.
What's wrong?
Old Mr. Leach, the real estate agent, would tell you that Andrew Courtney was possessed or taken over by the dead sea captain, whose tormented presence, or ghost, lived on in the ancient house. Once the house was destroyed, the captain was destroyed, and Andrew was restored to himself. It's not an entirely satisfactory explanation, is it? But it's the best we can do right now. In a moment, a word about next week. It was just an ordinary boarding house mirror, but when Paul Marlin looked into it, he got a shattering glimpse into the future. He took a horrifying step beyond our known world. Perhaps it's just as well that most of us cannot see into the future. You can decide for yourself next week. you ever had the feeling that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you ever walked into a strange room and had the sensation that you'd been there before? Well, if you have, you've taken a small step beyond. Now watch a giant step. This is the Bombay-Calcutta Mail, moving through the hot vastness of India. Still remote, mystical, mysterious, even in the jet age. India's teeming millions look upon life and death in ways that are difficult for us to truly understand. Like the young American couple in the next compartment.
You know where I'd like to be?
Where?
Oh, my own swimming pool with a cold beer in my hand.
Get the water for the salt tablet, dear.
It is kind of ugly at that.
Better have two.
Yes, sir. No passports, no cholera shots, no customs.
Are you really that sorry we came?
Well, it does seem kind of silly. You know, we plan on this trip for 700 years until we go to someplace like Paris, London, or someplace sensible. No. My girl's got to see the Taj Mahal.
Well, wasn't it beautiful?
Sure, it's beautiful. I knew it was beautiful before we left.
Makara sab. Oh, Makaro sab, Makaro. Make a hot guy who.
Get out of here. This is our compartment. Get out of here!
Len, the poor man must be lost.
I told you to get out!
What are you getting so excited about?
Makara sab. Makara.
Go on, get out of here!
Len, you're frightening him. He doesn't understand you.
Get out!
Len, stop
Is there some trouble?
Oh, kya hai?
Hamara paila. Didn't he train me?
Do Gardi Bog. Get him out of here.
Len.
Get him out! I must plead for your indulgence. He is an ignorant villager. His first time on a train, he became confused. So many of our people have never traveled on trains before. It is difficult for them to understand about the different classes.
Well, that's a fine way to act. Getting all excited over nothing, and in this heat.
Don't let that conductor fool you. That old man wasn't confused. He knew exactly what he was doing.
What?
Well, didn't you see it?
See what?
His face. You ever see such a murderous expression in your life?
Murderous, that sweet old man.
Sweet old man? Well, if we'd been asleep, that sweet old man would have cut our throats for the baggage. You're some judge of character, you are.
You better take a couple of nerve pills, too.
Don't act like I'm goofy. I saw the look on his face.
I saw the look on your face.
Betty, will you knock it off? I'm sorry. Well, maybe it is the heat. You better give me those pills.
What are we supposed to use for water?
What happened?
Oh, Len.
I did that?
Wait for the porter. He'll get us some more water.
Oh, we've been ringing for that porter ever since Bombay. I'll get it.
Len? Hey, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
It is wiser for first-class passengers to remain in their own compartment, sir.
I was looking for the porter.
The porter is greatly occupied. May I be of assistance?
Yes, we need another bottle of water.
I will tell the porter. He will bring it to your compartment at his earliest opportunity.
Wait. Who's that old man in there?
Which old man, sir?
That old man right there, the one who tried to break into our compartment. Do you know anything about him?
I talked to him after the misunderstanding. I assure you, he was only confused.
You know who he is?
No, sir.
You're sure?
Sir, we are a nation of hundreds of millions, and most old men look quite the same.
Okay.
What are you staring at? Well, you're beginning to scare me. Stop staring at him like that. What's gotten into you?
Look at him, look at him.
Honey, will you stop this?
If he tries anything, I'll kill him.
Leonard!
Go on. I'll go on.
See a man come by here. I'm looking for my husband. When? Darling. Isn't there someone here who speaks English? Is there anyone who can help him? He needs a doctor.
I am helping him, ma'am. I'm not exactly a doctor. I'm afraid you'll have to settle for a medical missionary. I sent word to have my Jeep brought over. We'll take him to the mission. It's nothing serious. Heat prostration.
Are you sure?
Oh, I think so. Yes, his pulse is better already.
Are you the gentleman's lady?
Yes.
I am Constable Gaisin. The people say he ran through the streets like one demented until he collapsed from the heat. And not even to wear a hat at such an hour. What help can I be, Mr. Graham?
Oh, he's quite all right. Můžeme dát koro. Můžeme dát koro.
Madam, we have no tourist attractions in our village. Why then are you here?
What?
As the constable, madam, there is certain information I must have.
My husband left the train unexpectedly.
But why?
I don't know why. You're gonna be all right, dear.
I've got to find it. I've got to find it. Find who, madam?
No, it's nothing. It's the heat. It's made him delirious or something.
Find who?
I don't know who. There was an old man on the train. My husband took a dislike to him.
But why?
Well, he thought he was trying to steal something.
And how does this concern our village?
The old man got off here. My husband followed him.
What did the old man look like?
Well, now, what difference does it make?
Madam, if we have a thief in our village...
I didn't say he was a
But
thief.
you said your husband...
My husband isn't feeling well.
What did the old man look like, madam?
He was an old man, that's all. He was carrying a rooster. He had a terrible scar.
Like so?
Yes.
With such a scar, that can only be Kumar. And Kumar, madam, is no thief. May I see your passport, please?
Left it on the train with everything else.
A certain report must be filled.
Oh, wait a minute. My husband kept his in his jacket. Yes, there it is.
Thank you, madam. I will return it to you at the mission when I have finished my report. Old Kumar, this is most strange.
I told you my husband was ill and not responsible.
Yes, so you did, madam.
Colby. Now look a bit over towards your wife. Whoop, too much. You've got the arteries of a boy of 20.
Yeah, brains of a 3-year-old. Boy, I feel like a jackass. What was his name, anyway?
Come on, Len, now forget it.
His name's Kumar.
I must have scared him half to death.
No. Kumar doesn't scare so easy.
Oh, I wish I knew what was the matter with me, anyway. What my wife will tell you. I don't think there's a single person that I really dislike. And here we are, thousands of miles from home, and I see an old man with a rooster just standing there in the doorway to our compartment. You'd think I'd seen Adolf Hitler or something. Boy, it was an awful feeling. There was fear, and there was hate, and there was... I had the craziest feeling that if I didn't kill him, he was going to kill me.
Len!
Mr. Barrett, you're just going to have to try to relax. I'll even tell you how high your blood pressure is.
You see? What is this? How can a thing like this happen anyway?
Who knows? Perhaps it's the reverse of love at first sight. People accept that readily enough.
Gives me the willies.
Well, you're going to live. That's for sure. Now, this part of India is awfully hot this time of the year. Or maybe you picked up one of our infamous bugs. I don't know.
Do I intrude?
Oh, no, come in.
Your passport, Mr. Barrett.
Oh, this is Constable Guy Singh. He's the one who found you and sent for me.
Oh, thank you very much.
Your health has improved, I'm happy to observe.
Yes, I seem to be feeling a little better now. Physically, anyway.
Then, embarking on a train tonight will prove no hardship.
Tonight? That's pretty quick. You really should rest for a few days. Besides, the only train tonight's the Calcutta Express. That doesn't even stop here.
Tonight it will stop here, in honor of Mr. and Mrs. Barrett of Westport, Connecticut. 12 minutes after the hour of 10. It's a very fine train.
Oh, yes, but if Mr. Graham thinks that he should rest for a few days...
The arrangements have been made, madam.
Look, if it's all the same to you, I just as soon follow Mr. Graham's advice. I do seem pretty tired.
12 minutes after the hour of 10, Mr. Barrett.
Boy, your constable, what's-his-name, certainly is no ambassador of goodwill.
I don't know what's the matter.
I do. He's a self-important little dictator.
No. He's not like that at all, really. Well, at least we'll get a couple of hours of bed rest. That is, if you don't mind the accommodations. There's our combination schoolroom, storeroom, and guest room. Quite a collection of odds and ends, isn't it? This is the way some of the villagers say thank you. Of course, no thank yous are ever necessary. Still, they're a proud people, and I suppose I'll go on collecting it until it crowds me into the street.
wonder what happened to her.
It was slashed with a knife, and the clay was still wet.
How do you know?
Does look like knife marks. Never thought of that.
She's charming. You know, that's really very, very good, what's left of it. What does that word down there mean?
Oh, Purely.
Beloved.
Yes. Well, I think you better lie down now, Mr. Barrett. Your wife will bring you dinner. Of course, I should warn you that our food here is what is charitably called simple but nourishing.
Len? Len? You feeling well?
I'm fine.
Well, the next time I ask you to take a salt tablet, will you please listen to me?
I'm sorry, honey. I'm all right now. I'm all right.
Okay.
Jacaro! Bagwan! Bagwan! मैं क्या करता हूँ? Bagwan! मैं क्या करता हूँ?
Akaru.
Bagwan! Oh, Bagwan! क्या करता हूँ? Bagwan!
Len! Oh!
Oh, there's no time for this, Mrs. Barrett. Help me with him, quickly.
Mr. Graham is doing all that is possible.
Why?
Kumar's wife asked a similar question. How can the same thing happen twice in one lifetime?
Twice.
Piari. She was once beautiful, as well as beloved. Beloved by two men, unfortunately. Kumar and Ranjit.
Ranjit?
A very gifted young artist in our village, but with a wildness in him. The scar across Kumar's throat was put there with the same knife that slashed this clay while it was still soft.
Leonard said that had been done with a knife.
Ranjit, in a fit of passion, attacked Kumar. Kumar slashed back with his own knife. The blade cut across Ranjit's eyes. A blind artist is a very pathetic creature. On Kumar's wedding night, Ranjit went to the house, broke in, and attacked the man he had come so passionately to hate. In the darkness, the blindness was no handicap, but Kumar had a gun.
What's that got to do with us?
Madame asked me why. Perhaps I am telling her why. I feel as irresponsible for the tragedy as anyone else.
Why?
Madame, have you not questioned the apparent senselessness of what has happened today? When I first saw your husband's passport, I should have stayed with him until he left our village. The day Kumar killed Ranjit is very clear in my mind. It was my first homicide. July 17, 1925.
Go to him, Mrs. Barrett. Now. It's over.
Is it, Mr. Graham? Look at the date of birth of Mr. Barrett's passport and tell me if you think it is ever over.
July 17, 1925.
Leonard Barrett was born on the same day Kumar killed Ranjit.
The last breath of one human being becomes the first breath of another. There are hundreds of millions of people that believe that. And if, as in this particular instance, the seeds of vengeance and hate survived, then it follows that all that is good in the human spirit also survives. Now, for the millions who reject this concept, well, there are words like fate, coincidence, destiny, all very useful words when trying to explain the world of the unknown.